RBIs 8 and 9 on the season for him. Haas takes a strike. Well, I'd imagine 10 years from now he'd still be able to hit a fastball. What a player. Strider finding himself down 3-0 with a couple of home runs given up. Solo shot by Torkelson, 2-run shot by Cabrera. Joe Smith's with a slider there and a 2-1 count.
Yeah, but that's not the location that he's looking to even miss with that pitch. Obviously, something is missing with that slider with the release point right now.
Another deep fly ball to left center field. That's got a shot, and that's out of here. So all of a sudden, a Tiger team that had been towards the bottom of Major League Baseball and lots of offensive numbers, they have exploded in this series.
I mentioned the open. The fastball velo's been a little bit down, but that was a fastball middle, 96. Really good swing there. He's not missing any barrels right now.
Rick Kranitz out there to visit with Strider, and he's certainly fuming with himself. Took a little stroll back behind the mound. You could just tell he was not happy at all, and can't blame him. Back-to-back homers for the Tigers, Cabrera and Haas.
Just so unusual to see from Spencer, too.
I want to go back to something that you mentioned yesterday and something we were talking about just a moment ago. Some small mechanical issues, which you believe to be the case with Spencer. And sometimes I'm guessing that fix could be something extremely small, and all of a sudden you're a new pitcher.
Right, exactly. It could even be a sugar pill. It could be something somebody says to you during a bullpen, and it just clicks.
Foundation with your fastball, you got to start right there.
You have to. I mean, his fastball's been his weapon for the last couple of years. Another slider here. Middle. Location's just been way off this inning, and the Tigers have taken full advantage.
They have taken that momentum that they built up the other night, carried it right into the beginning of this ball game.
I'm not lining up excuses, but we got to think how much someone like a Spencer Strider, who's such a routine guy, yesterday having to get loose, get warmed up, and then shut down again.
Center. Harris won't get there. Around. Third base, Marisnik. Now he gets the stop sign. And now caught up between first and second now is McKinstry, and got him.
I mean, thank you.
You'll take that out.
much else I can really say. Well, I'm not sure what he was obviously trying to get the extra base, but I think excitement got to him a bit.
Detroit will lose their challenge.
So like you said, thank you. That out.
It almost felt like he was getting told off. When he says confirmed. That's the first time I've heard confirmed, I think. That's confirmed.
Some attitude behind that tone, huh?
Challenge us.
So now Torkelson up to the plate, 1-for-1 with a homer. And going back to game one, he is 3 for his last 3 with 2 home runs. Pretty good slider there. Two homers in this inning alone for the Tigers. Strider looking to escape this nightmare here in the second inning. It's another thing you worry about too, Pete. If you're not able to get things on track quickly with your starter, you might have to go to the bullpen a lot earlier than you wanted with another game after this today. Really good pitch there. Back to the changeup. How about a right-on-right change?
We just talked about how many of those that he's thrown, and that's not much. Maybe 6, I think I read yesterday, all last year, right-on-right changeups. What does that tell you about how he feels about the other stuff, though?
Right.
Back to back.
Well, you don't see that too many times at a Strider. When you're an opposing team reading the scouting report,
and he's no longer.
Pilar, Harris, and Acuna for the Braves here in the top of the third inning. That'll even things up here in the count. Braves have not won here in a long time. Braves are just 1-6 here at Comerica Park. And have lost each of their last 6 games here after winning their first game ever. That was back in 2004. Heck of a miss. So the last time the Braves won a game here, the winning pitcher was Mike Hampton. John Smoltz got the save. You want to take a guess who was at second base?
What year did you say?
2004.
Marcus Giles.
Nick Green.
Oh, my goodness.
Nick Green was the second baseman the last time the Braves won in this ballpark. I'm sure he didn't contribute at all to that win.
He'll tell you that. I think the best word he ever described he said he got overexposed.
That's probably
too
what
many
it was.
at-bats.
Villar hangs alive. 3-2. He was actually hit by a pitch in that game. Giving ground now, Maton. Just does beat Spencer Torkelson, or rather Kevin Pillar with his throw to Spencer Torkelson. Let's go to Below the Surface, presented by Georgia Aquarium.
Talk about Michael Harris. First 30 games, 20 hits. Last 6 games, he's got 10 hits. On Monday night, 4 batted balls over 100 miles an hour, and he raised his average to above 200. The expected batting average for him so far this year is 246. So he's run into a ton of bad luck.
And it's been great to see. He had a few ball games there in that cold stretch where you'd see high velocities, but an 0 for 4 or 1 for 5 or something like that. So you know it's in there. You know it's going to come out. Falling behind 0-2 here.
Does some of his best work with 2 strikes too.
He rounds out the bottom of the order, and 1 trip to the order to this point. Reese Olson has only allowed 1 base hit. That was the single by Ozzie. And outside of that, handful of ground outs. A couple of Braves flied out back in the first inning. There's more good work with 2 strikes for Michael Harris.
What a turnaround.
Yeah, great to see him on base. And, of course, it does multiple things when he comes through in that situation, Pete. Number one, you're able to get it back around to Ronald Acuna. So, of course, you keep the inning alive. But it's all about who you set up. And no matter how many outs there are, Ronald's always dangerous.
And right now, you got Michael Harris with speed on first base. So it's going to speed up everything. We'll see from Olson, too.
ground out was on the first pitch of the game, so he climbed in there ready to roll. Michael back in with a dive. Tigers got a home in the first from Torkelson, and then back-to-back homers in the second inning. A two-run shot by Cabrera, solo shot by Haas. And they have built up a 4-0 lead here early. That's a tough pitch. Good slider.
It's a really pitch. Really good location.
Right over that. Average sitting right at 327. Going to make it 1-2. 66 pitches for Olson. And it was Ozzie who collected a base hit versus Olson before anybody. He had that 2-out single back in the second inning. Got a hitter's count now. This right-hander made 10 starts for AAA Toledo, talking about Olson. And a 6.38 ERA in AAA. And there's ball 4. So back-to-back walks. And with Orlando Arcia coming up to the plate, our Xfinity Game Changer feature, and put him under the microscope.
Check out these season ranks, Ben. We're talking about average 325, OPS 846, and hard hit rate 45.6%, all first. Signed a 3-year, $7.3 million contract in spring training. 3 years, $7.3 million.
I think we call that a bargain. Yeah, he's definitely been producing. Meanwhile, Chris Fetter, the pitching coach out there at the mound for the Tigers. But yeah, some great work by Orlando Arcia. And of course, that has been noticed not just by Braves fans, but baseball fans looking at the All-Star voting to this point.
It was impressive to see those vote numbers. It wasn't just the normal names that you're used to seeing, the popularity contest that you're used to seeing every year with those votes. It's actually guys that have put up some solid, surprising years.
Well, let's see if Orlando can make him pay right here for the back-to-back walks. A walk to Rosario, a walk to Albies. Good eye. Orlando had a base hit the other night. Had a single and a run scored. Looking to drive in a run right here. Way outside.
Seems like Olson's lost something now that he's had to go to the stretch. Every time he'd been in the stretch so far, there'd been a result almost on the next pitch, so he never had to spend any amount of pitches throwing from the stretch.
Orlando waving that bat. That'll fall in. And bobbling now is Carpenter. And the Braves pick up another tally. Throw goes to third. Ozzie's in there. And down to second for Orlando Arcia. Great awareness all the way around. And now suddenly a one-run ball game.
A couple of great examples of some great base running. Orlando getting a good swing on it. I thought he was going to have a chance in left field. Bounces right in front of him. The bubble allowed Ozzie to go to third base, Rosario to score, and Orlando to get all the way to second base. 2 runners now in scoring position, 1 out.
Now you get a base hit here, you at least tie the game. And could take the lead. Infield comes in. Good eye by Pilar.
So often the case once you get a chance to see a pitcher more than one time, the at-bats start to get better, swings start to get better, and the results too.
Well, 2-0 count. So the Braves have done a nice job of showing patience versus Olson. They've gotten ahead and got some really good pitches to get some good wood on. Good situation right here for Kevin Pilar. 2-0 slider.
Good take. Another one you want to try and take a hack at.
Looking to at least tie the game right here. Count even up 2-2. Error charge to Kerry Carpenter on that last play. Pilar sitting on 14 RBIs at this point, looking to rake in at least one more right here. Here's his pitch. After Pilar, it'll be Harris. Well, suddenly this young 23-year-old Olson in a tight spot against a really good lineup. Looking to do some damage right here. Olson ready. Fouled off again. Getting some good ABs from the guys at the bottom of the order, not just today, but here recently. Infield remains in. We'll do it again right here. Another foul ball.
Nice job, Kevin. Extending the bat. Veteran hitter here.
Seen some really good things with these Braves batters fouling off some pitches versus Olson. Eventually coming through. We saw that with Ozzie back in the second inning. Pilar trying to do it right here. 3-2. Started the inning off with a strikeout of d'Arnaud, but after that, back-to-back walks. And the good team's going to make you pay for those free passes. Braves have turned one of those into a run. Just foul. And that sinker right there at the knees. Talking about Pilar earlier, when he's gotten opportunities, he's got some big base hits, including some homers. Glasses on for the day game and looking to zero in on Olson. Braves have not led today, but one good swing away from that changing here in the top of the fourth inning. Action now going in the Tiger bullpen. Hughes getting short for Reese Olson here as he's starting to burn out. Here's the 3-2. And that is foul. Talking about Reese Olson and his AAA numbers, I mentioned that he had a 6.38 ERA at AAA. That was through 10 starts. In his first 7 starts, Pete, he had a 9.67 ERA. So it was only recently that he got things figured out. But he's running the risk of it having come all unraveled right here. To third, and that gets through Maton, and the game is tied. Not once but twice have the Tigers had a difficult time corralling a baseball. Happened to Carpenter a moment ago, happens to Maton here. And everybody's safe with the runners at the corners in a tie game.
But what an at-bat from Kevin Pilar. Gets something to drive, hits it hard, took a tough hop for Maton. Didn't know whether to backhand or try to get in front of it. Caught in between, and we got first and third and one out with Michael Harris up, and this is a good situation right here.
Yeah, you really started thinking big inning at this point. 4-4 game. Olson gets ahead. So Rosario and Albies have scored here in the inning, and the Braves have made the Tigers pay for those walks. Both of them turned into runs. And what was once a 4-0 lead for the Tigers, that has evaporated.
Chance for Spencer Strider to come back out and start it again too.
Yeah, psychologically, that's got to be big for Spencer. Breathe a little bit easier now. Way off the plate. Olson trying to dig deep versus Harris. Spoiled foul. That banged into the tarp down the right field line, and hopefully that tarp stays right there the rest of the day. We saw plenty of it yesterday.
Yeah, you've paid your dues since you've been here. You're fine.
Yeah, it's kind of feeling like maybe a piece of bad luck for the TV crew with the rain out yesterday and the doubleheader today. Good swing, but couldn't get good wood on it. Yeah, we sat here all day yesterday. And I'll tell you, I was thoroughly entertained during the rain delay between you and Lauren. I mean, you two pin up in a room is not a good thing.
It's not. No, you're right.
A lot of energy.
A lot of energy flying around this place yesterday with not a lot of places to let them go.
Yeah, not a lot of action. Looking for action here. On the move now is Pilar with a delayed steal. He's in there. I don't think Haas really knew what he wanted to do. He finally threw down. Now the Braves have 2 men in scoring position, 1 down.
Saw the bobble, gloved it right away, and then you're right. I think Pilar saw it in the dirt, attempted to take off, and then just decided to commit.
He had a big lead, but once he saw that ball get in the dirt, he took off. Infield back in again. Out back.
Here it is, Ben.
towards
Get
us.
it, Ben.
Just short of us. I needed a butterfly net.
I would have held
We
your
had
ankles. I would have held your ankles. I would have.
All right, let's practice
I would have
this.
held your ankles. Next time.
That is stung down the right field line. That's exactly what he was looking for. Michael Harris will plate 2 runs. Braves take the lead at a ringing double down the right field line. And suddenly that's the end of the line for Reese Olson. A.J. Hinch on the field before the Braves even reach the dugout after they score the 2 runs.
I don't think there's a hot throws it only 5% of the time. He's still able to stay back. Rips it down the right field line. Another double for Michael Harris.
They've got nothing to get him out right now. Well, the Tigers make a call to the bullpen. 6-4 Braves.
This is the all-new Doritos Cool Ranch Papadilla from Papa John's. All Doritos Cool Ranch flavors with our signature flatbread style sandwich. For the zestiest flavor mashup ever. Only at Papa John's.
Recycle, compost, eat local, eat vegan. Don't use straws, don't use plastic bags, don't use hairspray, drive a hybrid, drive an electric. There are so many ways to help the environment. It could be overwhelming, but the easiest way to make a difference can be as simple as paying your gas bill. With the Greener Life program from Georgia Natural Gas, the carbon released from using natural gas in your home will have a net zero impact on the environment. And now you can get 6 months of Greener Life free when you sign up. Georgia Natural Gas. Visit gng.com/green to sign up.
They'll be here in 5. We ready?
There's a...
Oh. Left.
I don't have it. We should have used Bear.
Yeah.
Today, let's paint. Right now, get America's most trusted paint brand at a new low price, starting at $28.98. Bear, only at the Home Depot.
More shopping? You should watch your spending, honey. I'm saving with Liberty Mutual, Mom. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Check it out. You could save $700 just by switching.
Here at Comerica Park. Now, Michael Harris II, 2 for 2 today so far in the game. And heading into this one, he's hitting .435 over the last 6. I asked what adjustments he made, and he said, honestly, it's just staying with it. I've been hitting the ball hard all year. It's being a little bit more on time with my swing, and that's all it's about. But mentality-wise, I've tried to swing the same amount and hit it as hard as I could every single time. Just finding the gaps now, and it feels really, really good.
Yeah, it looks really good, too. Cunha swings and misses, because here's the thing, Pete, and this is going right along with what Lauren's talking about. He looks like a different guy, and not just from a month or so ago. This is from a week and a half ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just that this is what confidence can do to you.
Yeah, nothing at 2 now. Go ahead.
As he said, he hasn't changed anything, and that's the most important thing. That you want to try and make changes, obviously, to improve what you're doing, but you know what got you here in the first place. So that's the battle that guys go through all year long.
That's going to drop in for a base hit. Flying around third base, Michael Harris. The throw from McKinstry cut off. Well, they'd like to have that back. That'd have been a close play at the plate. Instead, Torkelson cut it off, and it's an RBI single now for Ronald. And ever since his home run, Pete, this team has taken off. That'll close the line on Olson.
Just look at this swing. Cutter in under the hands. Good enough to be able to get the barrel to it. Get enough wood to get out to right field. And I don't think they would have got Michael Harris on that one. He was flying. Wasn't very a long throw, though, was it?
No, not at all. He was in shallow right. That's why I was thinking it might be a close play. 6-4 Atlanta. And if the Braves can win this ball game, obviously still a long way to go, but if they win the ball game, this will be the third time this season they've overcome a 4-run deficit to come back and win a game. Now they're a 7-4 lead, I should say, with a 5-run fourth. Lefty Holton checking in on Ronald over there. Pretty unpredictable how the game can go sometimes. Go back to the second inning. Spencer Strider saw 7 men come to the plate, gave up 2 homers and 3 runs there in that inning, found himself down 4-0. And he started wondering if the Braves would have to dive in the bullpen pretty early. Up and in. But Spencer gets the 1-2-3 third. Braves got him some runs in the top of that 3rd inning. And now they've turned in a really big top of the 4th inning, and it's the Tigers who are going to the bullpen first. Unpredictable nature of the game. That'll be bobbled momentarily, and now Torkelson has got Acuna hung up. Ronald continuing this rundown. Well, this is impressive if nothing else. Keep it alive that long. So he is out, and that ends the top of the 4th, but a big inning for the Braves as they high-five the Tigers. 7-4 Atlanta. Braves on top 7-4 as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's time for our Zaxby's indescribably good play. And Pete, time to take a peek at what Spencer Strider's done with lots of runs this year.
Well, check this out. 6.8 runs of support. That's the 6th most. I'm sorry, the 6th most. Atlanta overcome a 4-run deficit to win versus the Mets last time out.
Going to miss by Ibanez.
As I said, this is a good chance. We saw Spencer come out with a few more change-ups last time out. When something's not working, you got to figure it out.
I think that might be the highest hurdle for any starting pitcher. Because it's one thing to go out there with all your stuff. Well, what happens if a pitch or two isn't there and it abandons you? And how do you piece it together? Basically, for Detroit, Andy Ibanez has been something in this series. But the game one, that goes with the base play. 4 times on his home. Once he was the runner second base in extra innings. The other night, single, double, homer, plays now 2 in this ball game.
And promoted to the 6-hole from the 8-hole.
Came into the series hitting 180. Might get another promotion for the final game after this one. So here's Cabrera. Hit career homer number 508 back in the second inning. And he gets a slider there. I don't think there's any doubt he's going to get a slider first pitch after what we saw back in the second inning. That is some number right there. All the pitchers that he has faced. It's quite the fraternity. There are lots of pitchers who are on that list. And Pete, you're on the list as well with Spencer Strider. You can welcome him after the ball game.
I sure can. I'll go get him a bottle of something.
The Cabrera list.
Work for it, baby.
Fastball,
Let's see some hard work out there.
Well, if you're on that list, that means you're a really good pitcher. I mean, you got to be good just to be in that moment and get to face him. Two and two. Nobody ever talks about the pitcher's successes, though. Now, I'm sure there are times that you actually got Miggy out, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the numbers they speak for themselves. I mean, and the last at bat he had against me was a home run, so I've got no room to speak on anything really. I think he hit almost 400 off me.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to overcome, Pete.
And I thought I had a good numbers against him.
Check swing. 3 and 2. Cabrera wants time. Now he points towards Travis. We saw Strider added to Cabrera's home run list. See if Strider can add Cabrera to his strikeout list. 3-2. Not a strikeout, but Ronald's under it. And one down here in the 4th inning. If you're just now tuning in, you've missed a bunch of homers. Braves got 1 2-run shot from Ronald Acuna. Cabrera hit 1 as he jogs off the field. Also, Eric Haas and Spencer Torkelson have gone deep. The Tigers had a 4-0 lead. The Braves with 2 in the 3rd inning and then 5 in the 4th. And feeling good about this one right now as it's 7-4. Check swing. That's very fortunate for Spencer. 0-1. Did not see Eric Haas the other night. They had Jake Rogers behind the plate. And Eric Haas catching this ball game. So we'd likely see Rogers for the second game of this doubleheader. And homer by Haas, his 3rd of the year back in the 2nd inning.
Good job, go
Lunging swing and a miss. Spencer with just a couple of strikeouts to this point. Hasn't walked anyone. Way ahead. Good stop by Travis. Now he lost it. And down to second base, Ibanez. Well, he fooled me. I thought he had it smothered. But
did you see Strider then? The frustration. I've not seen him as frustrated as he just was then. Threw the pitch, pulled it badly. Travis actually did a pretty good job getting the glove, and then it rolled out, allowed runner to get to second base, scoring position, and he was very animated after that.
Just because he wasn't able to execute that slider.
And it's just waltzing into scoring position as opposed to earning it.
All right, so we talked about the fastball location earlier because he gave up some of the home runs. And clearly we saw him very demonstrative there, not able to finish off the slider. Which pitch is he more frustrated with right now? Both equally?
I'd say both equally. He's thrown a couple of good sliders with some good bite lately that he left a couple up earlier on. Fastball location's been the biggest miss for me.
Much better. And that was a slider for his third strike out of the ball game.
And you could see exactly what that does. It looked like a fastball for the longest time. You start your swing, and by the time you're ready to connect, it's gone. The bad sliders that you've seen often today are the ones that pop out of the back of the hand and end up either inside to a right-hander hitter or at the top of the zone. You can recognize it easy, and you can lay off it.
That's for that slider to Marisnick. Marisnick doubled back in the second inning. Strider trying to put back-to-back scoreless frames up in the third and the fourth.
Beautiful.
That's right at where we're watching that 87. Offering on the way. That'll slice foul. And he's got him down to 2 strikes. Nice to see.
All right.
That point, that ball drops in, and it's no laughing matter. Swing by Riley. He's got a piece of it. 7-4 Atlanta. Braves are down 4-0 at one point in this game. Then a 2-run third inning and a 5-run fourth. And gotten into the Tigers bullpen. This is the lefty Holton, who came on for the final 2 outs of the fourth inning. Hard hit ball to the left. Good effort by Carpenter, and somehow took that off the blades of grass and secured it for the out. Robs Riley, one down here in the fifth inning.
It's 3-5 fly balls to left field from Riley today. Hit pretty well. Nice play out there. You're right, just off the grass.
One down for Travis. Those fly balls like that, probably a lot easier to see for a night game unless you lose it in the lights. But get that glare for a day game. Everybody's got the shades on. Hitters count now for Travis. Travis didn't have much luck versus Olson. Ground out and a strikeout. Didn't have any luck versus his own teammate Olson either in the bottom of the fourth inning. Banging it in as you just saw. Big bouncer. Mayton. 2 down. Well, let's take a look at our Synovus Get Their feature of the game. Let's start with Eddie Rosario.
Since 2019 versus the Tigers. Check that average out. He's probably the most at-bats of anyone. 37 games, 7 home runs, 35 RBIs. Rosario's 16 career home runs versus Detroit are the second most versus any team. He hit 22 against Cleveland.
Yeah, lots of time playing in this division. Whacked out towards center. Marisnik will run it down. Now, that's a very swift top of the fifth inning for the Braves. So we head to the bottom of the fifth. It's a 7-4 lead for Atlanta.
Great Scott, where am I to put my knees? We should have taken a boat.
Hamilton, you must cease that incessant kicking.
I say nay. I need to stretch.
Braves on top here in Detroit. Braves baseball on Bally Sports is presented by Truist. 7 unanswered for the Braves as we head to the bottom of the fifth inning. Top of the order for Detroit versus Spencer Strider. Third time that they've seen him in the ball game. McKinstry 1 for 2 with a single. 0-1. This guy out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, Zach McKinstry. And played college ball at Central Michigan University, a little over 100 miles from here. Been a Dodger, been a Cub, now a Tiger. Looking at a 1-1 count. Single in the second inning. Lights that one off. You know, I think back to the out that McKinstry made, Pete, on the bases in the second inning. Tigers had a big inning there in the second. They scored 3 times, but McKinstry gave them an out. That was the second out of the inning. Torkelson then struck out, and Spencer was out of the jam. And if it's not for that base running blunder, then the strikeout of Torkelson, I mean, they still have Carpenter up to the plate. Could have been a much bigger inning and maybe even a different game right now.
Aggressiveness. Obviously, everybody wants to be aggressive, try to take that extra base, but you got to pick and choose when you do that.
Count even. Of course, Spencer, a prolific strikeout pitcher, only has 3 to this point in the ball game, but what matters is pitching with that lead and keeping it. That'll work. Elevated that fastball, 96, and strikeout number 4. Even the guys at the top of the list, when it comes to strikeouts, aren't going to go out there and strike out 8, 9 guys every single time.
Right. You can see there, McKinstry just expanded way out of the zone. It's what Spencer can get you to do. Hopefully that can get him back in the zone. Need him to get another couple of innings from this game.
Starts him off with a changeup inside. And that's the thing. You can't base success on how many strikeouts you get. It's great to get them. And it's fun to see Spencer Strider go out there and strike out a dozen guys like he's prone to do. But you want to get innings out of him. You want to get a win. And it can't be a dozen strikeouts every time, but he's got a 3-run lead. And how do you work with that lead? Outs are outs. I'm looking for another one right here. Pretty good slider there. Torkelson, both ends of the spectrum to this point, a homer and a strikeout. A couple of young guys going at it right here. Strider 24, Torkelson 23. Both taken in the same draft, and really to this point, maybe 2 of the biggest names from that draft. Spencer ready, and a 3-1 count. I mean, you think about Torkelson, he went first overall in the 2020 draft out of Arizona State. But hindsight being 2020, reevaluating that draft as Strider went in the 4th round of that draft. You might say Strider to this point has been the best player out of that draft. And there's ball 4. And of course a long way to go for both of these guys. And of course the Tigers thinking that Torkelson could continue to develop and be everything they thought he would be. But to this point of the ball game, the guy taken in the 4th round, probably the most valuable player from that draft. That'll bring Carpenter up to the plate. Fastball's been 96, 97. I know we were talking about that last night, Pete, about the velocity staying up 97 or so. And around that to this point, this will be a 78th pitch of the game.
Yeah, he's seen a couple of fastballs touch 98 today, so it's definitely not a question of arm strength to this point. As we've talked about, those mechanical issues just keep creeping in. You'll see him misfire with a couple pitches in a row. But it's how quickly can he get it back, and he's doing a pretty good job today of fighting through whatever it is he's dealing with. Everybody watching can tell that he doesn't feel comfortable, hasn't got his best stuff, or however you want to word it. But he's grinding through to this point.
Yeah, and there's something to say about that, I feel, when watching a pitcher, especially one as young as Spencer, because you might could learn more on days like that than you can when everything is working. Boy, it looked like a good fastball. Just missed. But to my point, I mean, if he goes out there and his fastball is 98 and he's dotting the strike zone and his slider's nasty, he's getting lots of swings and misses, of course he's going to be great that day. And that's fun. That's impressive. I want to see that more times than anything else. Check swing. Yes, sir. He went. And a good slider there. But I think what's most impressive is when a guy goes out there and he doesn't have all that stuff. And he's trying to get through it with, you know, duct tape and baling wire and try to figure the whole thing out. And, you know, you're kind of solving a Rubik's Cube at that point and figure it out and get outs and get results. That's impressive.
I think you just described my whole career.
Baez up the middle. That's his first base hit of the ball game. Keeps the inning alive now for Nick Maton.
Well, you know Harvey's always going to be in swing mode.
Nick Maton hit by a pitch back in the second inning. Also grounded out to second. He actually had a quiet night on Monday, as he was 0 for 5. Did score a run. Looking to do some damage. And a whiff there. Maton and his brother Phil, both in the big leagues. Phil Maton, a pitcher for the Astros. Those two actually squared off at the end of last season, and Nick Maton got a base hit off of his brother Phil. 0-2 now.
Family bragging rights.
Goes a long way.
Man, Christmas, Thanksgiving. Hey, remember that last at bat we had?
Constant reminders. Remember reading about Aaron and Austin Nola. Of course, they squared off in the NLCS last year. And I was reading something about all the fastballs that Aaron Nola threw last year, and his 3 hardest fastballs of the entire year against his brother.
That makes perfect sense.
Doesn't it? Strider looking to put him away. Just missed. Tigers got the big 3-run second. And Strider has been able to keep him quiet since then, but looking to do the same right here. This inning is going on strikeout, walk, strikeout, single. And as Maton down to his final strike. Strider brings it on a 3-2 count. Braves in the 6th will have Albies. Now Banya's 4 for 6 in the series. So the right matchup now. Strider and Ibanez. Bases loaded, 2 down. Well, if he can just execute a few sliders, he'd be in a good place. Couldn't do it right there. Almost hit him. Deep breath for Spencer and focusing in on Travis d'Arnaud as catcher. Cuts it loose. There's a strike. That might have been a gift, but he'll take it.
Top of the zone.
Ibanez has been good in his career with the bases loaded, a .375 average through 8 ABs. Oh no, right on through Travis. Coming to the plate now, Torkelson. And it's 7-5. That slider just zoomed right on by Travis.
It's been the miss for Spencer today, is that pulled slider. Travis did all he could to try and get out in front of it. Tried to angle his body in so that the ball would ricochet back towards the field. Just bounced off the side of his ribs.
Now a base hit would tie the game. Hitters count 3-2. So Ibanez has run it full. And on deck, Miguel Cabrera as he looks on. Big pitch right here. Spencer brings it. Got him. And went to the fastball to punch out Ibanez. So the Tigers pick up a run. We head to the top of the 6th inning, 7-5.
Aussie Albies set to lead us off. Spencer Strider in the dugout. I want to show you StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. Check this out right here in the 2nd inning. We often talk about how aggressive Aussie is getting out in first pitches. Well, look at this. He's able to cover so much now from the left-handed swing. He's made so many adjustments, and he's just a weapon from that left side and the right side these days.
And he's leading off here in the top of the 6th inning versus Brendan White. He's the new pitcher for the Tigers, and he's making his debut. And this guy this season had been at AAA Toledo, 3-2 with a .478 ERA for White. And he is the 3rd pitcher used by A.J. Hinch in the ball game. So he goes to work versus Ozzie. Starts him off with a strike.
The numbers there. Wow. 3-2 and a 4.78 Toledo. A lot of base runners.
A lot of base runners there, and probably a high heart rate right now. Right-hander White. Going to even it up. White, 24 years old, out of White Plains, New York, and Siena College, former 26th round pick of the Tigers. That was in 2019. he pokes it foul. Probably see a lot of that with this Tiger team. We were talking about the youth movement the other day when we were talking about it was mainly for their lineup, but that's probably the case for their rotation and their bullpen as well, Pete.
They've got a lot of guys in the rotation that are on the IL right now.
And he strikes out Ozzie. Fastball 96. And that ball will be on Brendan White's shelf for the rest of his life. So one down here in the 6th inning. Put the bat in the hands of Orlando Arcia. Braves are down 4-0 early. Tigers came out bashing the baseball. Homer by Torkelson. Homer by Cabrera. Homer by Haas. And built up a 4-0 lead. It's looking like they're going to run away and hide. But then the Braves bounced back, and it all started with a 2-run homer by Ronald Acuna, and then a big 5-run 4th inning. Took advantage of a couple of errors as well. And then the Tigers registered 1 run in the bottom of the 5th inning as Torkelson scored on a wild pitch. And that is where we stand, 7-5 Braves. That'll test out Baez. Long throw and a good one.
On the pitch, but I wanted to show you guys something that I saw in between innings. Snit going over and having a conversation with Snit. Obviously, I'm not a master lip reader, but I gather this is something along the lines of, hey, man, we all understand you want to go out there and be the best you can. But what you did today was pretty impressive with what you had to work with. Sometimes it's about mentoring. And he knows that. Spencer's obviously
and Chavez. A couple of veterans. By the way, Jesse on for the 31st time this season. That impressive 1.55 ERA. And Jesse, 39 years old.
All right.
Comebacker. Jesse's still down. Right on the shin, maybe, Pete?
Looks like it got him right off the base of the knee, top of the shin. Hopefully it's just a bruise.
He just completely took him off his feet and down for a while. And of course, Cabrera doesn't run all that well, so Travis still had a play.
That looks like he's not going to be able to pitch, let alone walk off.
Yeah, he can barely put any weight on it, and you hate to think about this, but it makes you think about the Charlie Morton injury in the World Series.
Right. And of course, the last thing we need is something flaring up. He's going to try and fight his way onto this mound. He's going to at least try and throw a warm-up pitch, because that's what he does. But just looking at the way he's standing there, I wouldn't even risk this. There you go.
Yeah. Get off that leg and go have it looked at. Man. You knew it got him really good, because he didn't even try to get up to even make the play.
Exactly.
Even on adrenaline alone. And that's an awful scene. Well, they'll take their time with Jesse in the break. Will have as much time as they want to get a new reliever ready.
Want you to arrive? Safe. A message from the All-South Highway Safety
if it grass there, it slows it down a little bit. It's probably just negligible, and it still hurts really bad.
Sure.
We brought it up the other night to talk about how comebackers come back on pitchers so much quicker.
Yep.
And you talked about that. If it's coming back and taking a one hop off grass, maybe that split second longer to react, get a glove down, knock down, but it comes back on you very quickly with that keyhole dirt path from the mound to the plate, doesn't it, Pete?
Exactly right. It's just like playing on a dirt infield, just rockets back to you, and even if it hits off one of the sides, it can ricochet left or right. It's very unusual. Home plate in the shape of a home plate.
It came off of Miguel Cabrera's bat, just shy of 97 miles an hour. And obviously the grass would have slowed it down just a touch, not a lot, but maybe a split second longer. You're able to react a little bit easier. Who knows? But you just bring it up to say that those comebackers here get on you really quickly. Now, there's not a whole lot of time to react. And that hit the leg of Jesse Chavez and took the legs out from under him. So now it's Kirby Yates on. This is his 24th appearance of the year. 2-0 the .352 ERA. Gave up a run against the Nationals on the 11th. That's the last time we saw him. And he faces Eric Haas. And 0-1.
Never got the umpire wearing one off the mask. Oh, double
mask.
Oh, my goodness.
Like a game of bumper pool, that thing bouncing around back there. All right, so 0-1 on Haas. Biggest inning of the ball game, the 5-run fourth of the Braves, and that's the biggest reason they have this 7-5 lead. But only in the bottom of the 6th inning, long way to go. And of course, another ball game to play after this one. This ball game will wrap, and then game 2 will start about half an hour after the conclusion of game 1. So a doubleheader on getaway day for the Braves before they head home to see the Rockies. Just the inside corner of that splitter. Well, Pete, for Kirby, it's all about what that splitter's doing, isn't it?
Fastball, top of the zone. If that splitter's diving, he's going to have some success. A nice one here. Get a ground ball pulled to Arcia. Miggy at first and a catcher running. Great chance for a double play.
2-2. Braves continue some action in the bullpen now as A.J. Minter is going to start throwing out there. But you get to this situation, Jesse Chavez has to come out of the ball game, and all of a sudden, all hands on deck. You got a 2-run lead.
Everybody just got a little bit more antsy in that bullpen too.
Kirby looking for that strikeout. Lets it loose, and he'll get it. Good fastball up at the top of the zone, like you mentioned.
Well, when Kirby's at his best, that's exactly what he can do. Get you guessing between two pitches. Fastball top here. Just rides through the top of that zone so well from that lower arm angle.
When you see that fastball from Kirby, you know you got to pull the trigger because you never know what's going to happen with that splitter. That's the pitch you're getting. So when you see a heater, you're looking to let it rip. 0-1 on Marisnik.
Tougher guy to double up here. Marismic still runs pretty well.
Oh, 0-2.
Back-to-back, really nice splitters. Good adjustment from Kirby. Even seen him working on a slider the last couple of outings. You're constantly trying to adjust, trying to find something that's going to click. Have you go on one of those rolls where it's 2, 3, 4 weeks in a row.
Just being automatic. He's done it before in his career. Way ahead here. Big out right there. Back-to-back strikeouts by Yates. And now a quick message from Delta.
Braves country. Fast, free Wi-Fi is rolling out. Enjoy with a free Sky.
So nothing happening for the Tigers. We head to the 7th. 7-5.
Final in that.
And 7-5 here. Well, that was something. Last night in Oakland, wasn't it?
It's so cool.
Goodness. Michael Harris has been something himself. There's a called strike. And thinking about that many people in Oakland after what we saw there a few weeks ago, it's kind of mind-blowing. I bet the Possum were scared out of their mind there in the ceiling of the press box. 1-1 on Harris.
You and Jay Chad didn't take care of that while you were there?
We got in, we got out. One and two on Michael. I mean, you think about those Possum. I mean, they haven't had any disturbances at all. I mean, they've been drawing, what, 3,000-4,000 a night, and then all of a sudden 40,000 people show up. 2-2. Well, good for the A's, winning 7 straight. That team had certainly been scuffling, but they've been tough these last few weeks. Michael looking for his 3rd hit. To left field. Carpenter's still back, leaps out of here. He can't believe it. And Michael Harris has another big base hit, and it's 8-5. Boy, Carpenter right there at the wall might have gotten leather on it, but it certainly bounced off the top of the wall and out of here. And Michael Harris can do no wrong. He's been the hottest hitter in the league.
What a turnaround from backdoor slide that he is somehow able to get enough onto it. And Carpenter just missed it. Did it clip off his glove? It did.
It did.
Oh, boy. He went from boiled lollies to, what is it? Chocolate to boiled lollies real quick.
Whatever you say, brother. 0-2.
I think lollies is a British thing.
From chocolate to what?
To boiled lollies.
Boiled lollies.
Hard candy. I should say hard candy.
Yeah.
From chocolate to hard candy.
I love how much we learn from each other.
Right?
And I got my Mississippi nonsense. You got your Australian nonsense, and there's no nonsense right there. From Ronald Acuna.
Shocking on that great approach from him, too. This team is really good, Ben.
Three hits now. Ronald. Eight to 1. Well, at least move Acuna to third base. So one down. Let's have another look at that. Almost catch by Carpenter that turned into the home run. He had his eyes right on it, stretched as high as he could, but right there off the leather, and Michael just enough power on that one to get it out of here.
A real impressive effort, too. The dance move's just as impressive. We've got to work on our floss when we get out of here, Ben.
I tried that yesterday. I don't know that. I don't think I got a hope at that.
I don't think. We've got video evidence, so you have to try again.
Yeah. I wouldn't say I've got bad coordination, but that takes special coordination. And even if I nailed it, I couldn't look as good as Michael does.
I'm the opposite. I used to enter a club of 5 and leave at 12 with my dance moves.
Moylan, was it Monday night that you couldn't do the floss dance move after the game, then you had to pull out a video? Doing it one time?
It was a long travel day, and my hips just weren't functioning the way they usually do.
We were trying to do the floss dance move just to see. Moylan couldn't do it, so we had to pull out a video.
It's a true story.
I can't do it here, but I used to be able to do it. Watch.
Currently have Money Med. It has been a display of Venezuelan power all day today already. Miggy got things cracking, and La Bestia came through for the Atlanta Braves to keep this game within reach.
Acuna saw Miggy go deep off Strider, and he was like, not so fast. The amount of talent this country puts out is just amazing. And for Ronald to do this in front of his childhood idol. I mean, dude, a lot of these guys, they leave their families at 16 years old to come and pursue this. So to see these guys come over here with the talent that they have and really develop just absolute superstars. It's so cool to see, to be able to do that in front of, like I said, your childhood idol. Just, I mean, what a dream.
We talked about it pregame. Miggy, a surefire Hall of Famer. Ronald Acuna Jr. well on his way, and hopefully your Atlanta Braves are well on their way to a win. That comes after a quick word from our friends over at Synovus.
Get going. Get after it. Get momentum. Then get
Tigers have Matt Vierling on deck now, so it'll be Torkelson, Vierling. And then Baez. As they take out the lefty Carpenter. Deep left center field. No problems for Kevin Pillar. When Torkelson goes to that spot, kind of get nervous because we've seen him go deep twice there in this series.
Another good swing there. That's a good, exciting prospect they've got in Torkelson. You saw Strider attacking with a couple of change-ups too, right on right. So obviously he's got him thinking that swinging the bat real well, having to go to his third best pitch.
Matt Vierling climbing in for the first time. Monday night we saw him on base 3 times. A single, a double, a walk. Former Philly takes one high and away.
Not often you see the third hole hit a pinch hit for.
Right.
Maybe he pulled something on that attempted catch. All matchups.
It's one of the two. I mean, I think about the matchups, I guess, first. Yeah, Carpenter went the distance the other night and even faced Mentor flat out to center field. Should be an easy play for Ronald. Looking up into that. Blue sky here over Michigan. And 2 down. Such a nice day here in Detroit today. We got washed out big time last night. I mean, the rain just kept coming in waves. Come along and pound us, and then blew out of here. Thought it'd be all right. Then it came again and wave 2 and then wave 3, and they said, well, we'll try for 8:30. Didn't happen. We'll try for 8:45. That didn't happen. And playing 2 today. What a beautiful day for it. Baez with 1 base hit in the ball game. Down the right field line, but slicing foul. And if AJ can get Baez here, obviously a 1-2-3 inning, but should he reach, it would be Zach Short coming up to the plate. For Nick Maton. As AJ Hinch using his bench here in the 7th inning. Just saw Beerling hit for Carpenter. Altogether, I don't think the Braves are too disappointed. You bring up Dodd, he goes in game 2. And that means that A.J. Smith-Shawver can go game 1 of that Phillies series, and then you have an off day next week after the Rockies series. So a little bit more rest coming. In the air to center. Michael looked like a video game. right there, leading everybody. And keep the boats coming for the All-Star game. Matt Vierling remains in the ball game now for the Tigers. He goes to right field. Got a bunch of changes now for Detroit. Most notably the right-hander Bristow is on the mound. He goes to work. Bristow, third appearance. One and one now at Eddie. Bristow was with the Rays earlier this season for one appearance, and he's made just one appearance for the Tigers until now. Just appearance number 2, and just his third major league appearance. So 2-1 now on Eddie Rosario. There's Vierling there. Inside, outside. They've got us telling us that Vierling is in center. McKinstry has moved to left field. Short remains in the ball game. He's at second. Marisnik full.
I think their bullpen's set up a little differently than ours. They've got a few guys that can go multiple and multiples of multiples. So I think they're going to try and unload this game and save something, obviously, for potential game 2.
Right. Eddie, a good lead at first. And he's off to the races. And spoiled by Ozzie.
How on earth did Ozzie foul that ball over in that direction just then?
Pete, there are lots of things that Ozzie does that I don't understand how he did. Well, that was one of them. I've seen him hit a foul ball directly behind him before. I don't know how he does that. See if Eddie wants to take off again. He does. And there's ball 4. Well, just like what we saw back in the 4th inning, back-to-back walks to Rosario and Albies. Now a visit to the mound from pitching coach Chris Fetter. Second time we've seen him out there. And while he does that, a quick message now from Texas Pete.
Welcome to the tribe. The Texas Pete tried and true. Texas Pete, sauce like you mean it.
Meeting breaks up. Young right-hander Braden Bristow. See if this might find the seats. Torkelson at the railing.
Did he catch that?
My goodness.
Did.
They had just enough room and just at the very last second put the glove over the railing. And stole that one away from Lauren Jabara down there.
Looked like it was going to hit Ronald, too. Look at how close he comes to Ronald. Was Ronald going to catch it, maybe barehand? Oh, my goodness.
That was going to be in his lap or off his noggin. Boy, watching that, I'm kind of glad he caught it. Well, nothing in one on Michael Harris. So he comes up to the plate here, a triple shy of the cycle. And the way that he's been swinging it lately, you wouldn't put anything past Michael Harris right here, especially in this ballpark. It's deep out there to center. I was
just going to say, this is the place you want to do it.
There's another base hit for Michael. And this one's going to register a run. Arcia scores, and it is 10-5 Atlanta. Michael Harris 4 for 4. And it's time now for our Yellowwood Bringing the Lumber feature. And, of course, no mystery here. It's all about Michael Harris.
What a turnaround that he's had just these last couple of games, especially yesterday, 4 knocks. Sorry, day before, 4 knocks. Today, another 4. Last 7 games. 4 multi-hit games. First 38, just 2.
They can't get him out. Everything going his way. Now, time requested by Acuna, and it's granted by Scott Berry.
And look, that ball wasn't exactly smashed to the right side, but it doesn't need to be.
So Harris 4 hits, and Ronald trying to keep pace. Acuna with a 3-for-4 ball game. Ronald had a ground out to third base, which was hit really hard back in the first inning. Since then, a 2-run homer, a single in the 4th, and a single in the 7th. There goes Michael. In there. And for Michael Harris, that's his 7th stolen base of the season.
What a frightening concept, or a frightening thing as a pitcher to think about. This 9-1 might be the fastest track meet in baseball, and you're trying to get the hitter out with these guys just running rampant on the base path.
Yeah. Now a hitter's count for Ronald. Well, Michael has done everything in the ball game. And you could say that for the last several ball games, but gets that stolen base. And in this game, a single in the 3rd, a double in the 4th, a homer in the 7th, and the RBI single in the 8th. And he has 4 RBIs in the game. Out to short. And Baez puts away Acuna. That ends the top of the 8th, but 2 big runs there for the Braves at the top of the 8th. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning, 10-5 Atlanta. Jordan Baker. Looks like take your son to work day, doesn't it? What do you say, Jordan? 6'9"? Is that what you said?
At least I didn't look it up. I was just going by just feel. I could look from down here, and yeah, he was standing above Sean Murphy yesterday or the day before. I keep saying yesterday, like you guys understand what I'm saying.
After review, the call in the field stands as a foul ball.
Really? Trying to ice Nick Anderson, maybe?
Probably. A.J. Hinch looking to do anything he can. Late in the ball game, his team down 10-5. After Ibanez, it's Cabrera and then Haas. That'll be fouled off. Just did catch a piece of his bat. Andy Ibanez, 30 years old, out of Cuba. With the Rangers the last 2 years. There's another base hit for Andy Ibanez. He might be hitting much higher in the order for the final game coming up in a little while. He now has 5 hits in the series and a leadoff single here in the 8th inning, and he's covered the entire plate, went out and just reached for that one and put it through the right side, so he continues to boost his average. And now it's Miguel Cabrera to the plate. Anderson able to get ahead. Cabrera 2 for 3 with a single and a homer. 2-run homer back in the 2nd inning. Career homer number 508. Anderson ready. Of course, last night the Tigers, or rather 2 nights ago, the Tigers, so you got me saying it now, Pete. Last night. 2 nights ago, the Tigers had the big 9th inning. Fair ball. Riley. Man, nice play. And good to have Cabrera going down the line to make the play.
Really smart play, too. Didn't try to rush the throw. Gathered his feet. Knew he had plenty of time. Come up and made a strong, look at this. Strong one-hop throw. That Olson would have that pick every day of the week.
And down for Eric Haas. Nick Anderson trying to keep these guys quiet late in the game. Started their rally in the 8th inning in Monday night's ball game with the 1-run and the 3-run ninth, and then 1 at the 10th. Old foul. So evened up on Haas. 10 runs on 10 hits for the Braves. 5 runs on 10 hits and 2 errors for the Tigers. Haas hit that homer back in the 2nd inning. Since then, he's just been catching the breeze. A strikeout in the 4th and a strikeout in the 6th. Deep down the right field line, that'll slice foul. Ronald gives it a good look. It's fumbled a few times and becomes a souvenir for someone. This one playable for Ronald. Perhaps he's back to the wall, and it's off the wall. Well, that really came off his bat hard. When it came off the bat, it looked like Ronald might be able to get back and make a play, but that just flew right on by him and off the wall on the fly.
Hit so hard he was only able to get a single. Fastball, top of the zone, tomahawked out to right. Beautiful play by Ronald, bare hands, and fires a missile into second. Holds him to a long single.
They're threatening again late. There's Marisnik. Anderson had a difficult time the other night. Called strike there on Marisnik. He gave up 3 hits in the 8th inning Monday. And that's the second hit he's allowed here in the 8th inning of this ball game. Evened up on Marisnik now. This is a break right here. Matt Olson down the first base line. 2 down. Well, you get in a situation like that, Pete, outside of a double play, there's not much better than that right there.
That is a perfect pitch too. Good curveball. Marisnik gets under it, pops it straight up. Good chance for Nick to get out of this unscathed.
So now back to the top of the order to McKinstry. Ground ball past a diving Matt Olson and a base hit. Ibanez will score. First to third now for Haas. And the Tigers won't go away, as it's now a 10-6 ball game. That's the 3rd hit of the inning for Detroit.
McKinstry had the idea to go up swinging. Was able to pull it past Olson. Runners at the corners again. And that man Spencer Torkelson up.
He's digging in now. He's homered twice in this series. 2-run homer in the 9th inning Monday night, and a solo homer in the 1st inning of this ball game. There's a good start with that curveball. Anderson has never faced Torkelson. Ahead 0-1. By the time Travis finds it too late, down to second base McKinstry. There's a lot riding on these next few pitches. Currently a 4-run lead for the Braves, but if Torkelson delivers, it could be down to a 2-run lead very quickly. This will be the 19th pitch of the inning for Nick Anderson. Lays off the curveball.
It's a pretty impressive take from Spencer Torkelson there. Young kid, big situation, chance to be a hero again. Gets a pretty good pitch and is able to lay off.
Now falling behind 3-1. If he walks him, it would be Veerling to the plate with the bases loaded. Nick trying to bounce back right here. Ball 4. So the Tigers have once again found a way to bring the tying run to the plate late in the game. They would not go to bed the other night. Braves had the big lead, and then the Tigers came back with 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th, and 1 in the 10th. Here comes Rick Kranich. And they will not go away quietly here. Two down here in the inning. And the way the things have played out here in the 8th inning, Ibanez with a single to lead it off. Then he got a ground out, then a single by Haas, a pop out by Marisnik. And since the second out, a base hit by McKinstry and a walk to Torkelson. So, of course, the tension building, and for folks who are here the other night, Tiger fans thinking, all right, here we go again. Braves fan thinking, oh no, here we go again. Got to get it out here. And this is Veerling up to the plate. Beerling was part of the rally the other night. He had a single in the 9th inning. 0 for 1 in this ball game. And now a 1-0 count.
Curveball just hasn't been as sharp for Anderson today. That's normally a big weapon for him.
Curveball there is a good one. And a 1-1 count. As you just saw, Jimenez, just in case. Well, the Tigers have certainly set themselves up for a big moment right here. 2-1. Beerling 0 for 1 after he flat out to right field in the 7th. 2-2. Went to the fastball there.
Best fastball of the inning, too.
Braves pitchers with 8 strikeouts in the ball game. They are hoping to see number 9 right here. Sacks packed 2 down. Here it comes. Got him. Huge strikeout by Anderson. Went to the fastball. And the Tigers leave them loaded there in the bottom of the 8th inning. They pick up 1 run. And we're off to the 9th. A 10-6 lead for the Braves.
All right, 200 miles before we stop. I hope you've all used the bathroom.
Matt Olson getting it going versus the right-hander Bristow. For Kings and Country post-game concert, that's going to be a big one for Kings and Country, is coming to Truist Park for a post-game concert presented by Chick-fil-A on Thursday, July 20th, after the Braves Diamondbacks game, and enjoy an afternoon of baseball, followed by the melodies of for Kings and Country. And just go to braves.com/for-king and country to purchase your tickets for this unique concert experience. 2-3-4 for the Braves here in the 9th inning versus Bristow. Two and one now on Matt Olson. He's 0 for 4 in the ball game. And with the trends that we've seen late in the ball games today and Monday, you'd like to see another run or so here in the 9th inning for the Braves. Just feel like it can't score enough against these guys. They are very pesky late. Deep center. Marisnik. Track at the wall, and he brings it back. he timed that perfectly. That is just pure robbery of Matt Olson.
It honestly looked like he was tracking this from the minute the ball went in the air, and he timed it perfectly. Got the hand up on the top of the fence. I'm not sure if it might have landed on the top of the fence. I'll give him a robbery just for the sake of it, but really impressive play.
Would have been homer 19 of the year for Matt Olson. Oh, 0-1 now on Riley. Marisnik 6'4". So he's tall as it is, big boy out there going to the wall in left center field. And with a perfectly timed leap, little boost up off the top of the wall. Oh, 0-2 on Riley. Well, we've had a couple of close calls out there. One of them went the Braves' way with a home run by Michael Harris in the 7th inning. That one doesn't go Matt Olson's way. Meanwhile, 0-2 for Austin Riley, who's 0 for 4. By the way, looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th inning, it'll be the middle 3 for the Tigers. And that's Baez, Short, and Ibanez. Currently a 4-run lead for the Braves. Bierling and Short down the line. That finds a spot to just plop down for a base hit. So Riley aboard. That's no man's land down the right field line, perfectly placed.
He doesn't seem too fired up about this, but I guarantee you after the day that he's had, he'll take this knock and be real excited about it.
Yeah, base hit's a base hit. Torkelson, Short, Bierling, none of them didn't even think about getting over there. That was perfectly placed. Braves have scored at least 1 run each of the last 2 innings. These late runs have been huge for the Braves. Trying to keep them coming here in the 9th inning. Bristow. And Travis fouls that one off.
Another thing to think about too, currently with a 4-run lead, probably won't see Rysel. We can extend that lead a little more, gives a little more cushion. Bring a lower leverage reliever in to finish this game and save your higher leverage guys for, or at least Rysel, for game 2.
Right. I had Jimenez tossing a little while ago. Well, maybe
A larger coffee.
After an accident, always call an experienced personal injury.
Atlanta Braves baseball is brought to you by Synovus, #1 in consumer banking satisfaction Southeast, and by Yellowwood. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Would you look at that beautiful sight right there? Something Detroit is known
It's a really good sinker, but I think with Harvey you can expand a little more than that. I'd like to see something a little in off, or maybe that slider away to get him expanded. And as he's done so often this series already.
Well, he's 1 for 14 versus Iglesias in his career, and he did strike out in the 9th inning. And Monday night's ball game. Looking for the strikeout here. Ain't gonna allow. Went with a changeup. They're going back to that. Strikeout on Monday night. That was the first out in the 9th inning. And then a few batters later, had them down to their final strike, but they just kept fighting. Tie of the game, then won in the 10th. Two-two. What a reach. Went after it, couldn't find it. Now slider by Iglesias. So one down here in the 9th inning.
That's the slider he was looking for the other night. Beautiful pitch. Never really looks like a strike, but with Harvey, he even was able to get some wood on as far out as the zone it was.
Yeah, he just threw the bat at it. One out for short. Braves are down 4-0 in the ball game and now leading 10-6. They can find a way to win it. Be the third time this year they overcame a 4-0 deficit, or a 4-run deficit, I should say, at any point. That big 5-run fourth inning really put them back in gear. Out to third. Scooped by Riley. 2 down. So 2 up and 2 down, and now they have to go through the right-hander Ibanez. And Ibanez has been swinging a red-hot bat in this series. As we mentioned it earlier, 5 hits in this series. 2 of them in this ball game. A couple of singles. He's trying to keep it alive for Miguel Cabrera. As he playing about as far up the middle as he's allowed to. Good start there with that fastball.
You can really see when Russell gets into a rhythm, the ball just explodes out of his hand. Perfect pitch there, 96 mile an hour on the outside corner.
Huge swing and a miss there. So he's got him down to their final strike, and in search of a 1-2-3 inning to register win number 41 of the year for the ball club. 0-2. Not a bad idea.
Travis liked it. Good location. I mean, if he's going to go, he's been going that right-hand right changeup down and into righties.
Way outside.
Could have been a case that was just feeling comfortable for him last time out.
Right.
That slider's usually that weapon against righties.
Needing one more strike. Iglesias ready. Up the third base line and a foul ball. Final game of this series, also game 2 of this doubleheader, coming up about a half an hour or so after the completion of this ball game. That'll be Dylan Dodd and Michael Lorenzen. And with one more strike, that ball game will be the rubber game of the series. But Ibanez hanging tough. This guy's been so good this series. He's had the series of his season to this point. He wants to use his timeout. That's granted by Scott Berry. Everybody ready now. Two. Well, he pushes it full now versus Ibanez. This will be Russell's 16th pitch here in the inning. And he's hoping that it's his last. He brings it out to short. And a base hit for Ibanez. Wouldn't you know it? His 6th base hit in the series. And he indeed keeps it alive for Miguel Cabrera. So that's back-to-back games where Iglesias has had him down to their final strike. Of course, we all remember what happened Monday night. He still needs some base runners here.
Decent sinker just under the glove of Orlando. Just past the outstretch, did all he could. Was played over in the pull side for Ibanez, so to try and track a few more feet than usual.
Of course, you got Cabrera up to the plate here, and everybody in that third base dugout hoping that he goes deep. You know he doesn't run all that well, so anything on the infield, they'd have an extra beat to throw over there, maybe an extra couple of beats. Meanwhile, Iglesias trying to find the strike zone. Deep drive to left center field, out towards the gap, and a ground rule double. That'll bounce over the wall. Ibanez will have to go back to third. And the future Hall of Famer keeps him alive here in the 9th inning.
Looked like a changeup. Tried to go a changeup again, righty right. Miguel Cabrera still got that inside pitch locked in.
I'm telling you, man, you're going to get 10 years down the road for turn back the clock night for alumni. He's still going to go up there and just start raking. Just an incredible hitter. Well, now Travis is going to head out there to the mound and visit with Rossell. And you got a 4-run lead. You just need 1 out. But after what you saw Monday night, I think you and I were talking about this during the break. If that doesn't happen, well, okay, so they got a little rally going here, but you don't feel the stress. But given what happened Monday night, you start to feel like it's the same way that what we saw Monday night in that ball game.
Just a little added pressure. Everything starts to ramp up.
2-0. And for Iglesias the other night, gave up a homer to Torkelson. Altogether 5 hits that inning. Hitters count here for Haas. There's a strike. And of course, if he reaches, then the tying run comes to the game, and Jake Marisnick, as he's swinging a stick on deck. Haas has homered in the ball game. 2-2 now, and again they're down to their final pitch. Good start in the inning by Iglesias with a strikeout and a ground out. But a base hit by Ibanez, a ground rule double by Miguel Cabrera. And Iglesias trying to dig deep right here. And he cuts it loose. Well, now full on Haas. Changeup that he got a piece of. These Tigers just keep battling and battling and battling.
One more guy reaches here. You might have to get somebody else loose up in that bullpen too.
Yes. Iglesias trying to make it count, put him away. To center. Three straight base hits for the Tigers with 2 down in the 9th inning. And it's a 10-7 ball game. And now the tying run will come to the plate in Marisnick.
Didn't try to do anything. Just try to hit the ball up the middle. I saw from the couple of the foul balls earlier in that at bat, he was just trying to put barrel on the ball. Short swing. Straight up the middle, and here it comes. The tying run comes to the plate.
This will be Scope pinch hitting for Marisnick. Scope came along to pinch hit in the 7th inning Monday night. He did face Iglesias, and he singled. So now Scope climbs in. In that ball game, he was 1 for 3. A 194 hitter. And Iglesias hits the reset button, looking for 1 out anywhere. An appeal didn't go. This is just way too similar to what we saw Monday night. There's a strike. Two very quick outs for Iglesias, and it looked like this ball game would be a very different story than what we saw in game 1. Again, down to their final strike. But since the second out was recorded, single by Ibanez, double by Cabrera, single by Haas to drive in a run. Ibanez scored the run. That'll be fouled back. And now they have Cabrera at third and Haas at first. And being down to their final strike is nothing new for this Tiger bunch. That 27th out, always the toughest. Iglesias trying to draw a line in the sand, right ear. Up the middle. Ozzie, long throw. Braves win. So they finally find a way there in the ninth inning to get that last out. The pesky Tigers just would not go away. But a really nice play by Ozzie, and it's a Braves winner to even up the series.
You said it. These pesky Tigers have put on a battle these last two games. But for the Braves, Spencer Strider battled through as best as he could with the stuff that he had today. There was some comfort that he wasn't feeling out there. The fastball velocity was good, but the location was off. Couldn't find that slider. Just a grinding game for this Braves team, and one that we honestly needed.
Yeah. Well, like you said, you had to grind it out, and it didn't go your way the other night. Braves able to find a way to make it happen in game one of this doubleheader. Now they set themselves up where they can take the series all together. That'll be coming up in a moment. So for Peter Moylan and Lauren Jabara, I'm Ben Ingram signing off from game one of a doubleheader in Detroit. We'll join you again shortly for game two. Final in this one, Braves win it 10-7 over the Tigers. Stay tuned for Braves Live postgame presented by Xfinity, and that's coming up next.
Can't, thank my parents enough for making sure that this connection is here. One of the things that my mother told me when she was in the hospital, she didn't tell me actually she couldn't speak at the time, but she wrote it down. Go see Alicia.
Oh my goodness.
And there was never a time that you were too busy. There was never a time you said, I'll call you back.
I needed to.
Yeah.
This summer, retirement is a state of mind. Whether it's a mid-morning activity or an early bird special, grab a Coors Light and chill like you're retired.
Are you with me?
Of Comerica Park for your Atlanta Braves. 10-7 the final. Sometimes you got to grind it out, baby. We're here to recap it all. The operative we being Chris Meslin, Trevor Scales, back here with you in our Atlanta studios. And like Pete and Ben both said, by the end of it, at least, it felt like you needed this win, given all of the weird happenings in game one, the rain delay that occurred in the what should have been game two to finally get to the front end of this doubleheader, Chris. It's what you needed.
So I drew it up.
That's right.
I knew this was going to happen. Man, just the Tigers are showing up to play. The Braves are doing their thing, obviously, but man, the Tigers offense is showing up. And then on paper, they're last in the league in a lot of categories. So for this to go this way, big league team doing their thing. So it's tip your cap, but at the end of the day, Rysel got the job done.
There's some talented cats in that Detroit lineup. You had to know that they were going to make a turn at one point or another. We just had hope that it wasn't going to be against the Braves. But I digress because I do want to talk about the four keys of the game. The one and only Michael Harris, the second money man, was absolutely money as well because 4 for 4 on the day and continues to power this offense from the 9-hole.
Absolutely, yeah. So the encouragement that we have for him the last 10, 12 games or so, he's talked in interviews about his timing, just him being on time, him being healthy, dealing with injuries, whatever it is. This dude is absolutely locked in. 4 hits on the day. Hardest hit ball was the double. 3 out of 4 of this young man's hits, 2 strikes. The league average for hard hit rate with 2 strikes is 37%. This dude's hitting 62%.
Nuts.
62%.
Nuts.
He does such a good job of letting the ball travel. You see the homer here. He lets the ball travel, drops the head on it, and he just has his backside power. So when you have that ability to let the ball travel, be able to see it, you can hit with 2 strikes and be successful. So for him to turn this
Sure. Thank you very much for this meal, and may we have no more pipes.
Get the win despite being out hit by the Tigers. Trevor Scales, Chris Medlin back here recapping things with you. We're going to move on to Georgia Lottery hitting the jackpot, and Orlando Arcia proves to be an integral part of this lineup, finding ways to get back to the top of the order with Ronald Acuna Jr. waiting. Once again, a couple of knocks for him, a couple of RBIs, and production is the only word I can assign to this player.
He's performed himself into All-Star, National League All-Star.
That's real.
I mean, fourth inning, Rosario leads off for the walk. Albies walks, he drives him in. Eighth inning, guess who walks? Those two again, comes in, hits a really good pitch, 92 down and in, puts the bat on it, puts it where it needs to, and drives in another run.
Yep.
So he executes. He's been executing all year. That's why every day we're talking about this guy. Every single day. And if you were to say that before the season, you know, maybe he's a good player. But
right.
This guy has been the backbone of this lineup.
Well, look, it feels like there were conversations of, do you worry about overexposing a guy that wasn't necessarily an everyday player in the previous two iterations in his time here? But he's shown not only can he kind of step up to the plate defensively, for lack of a better phrase, but offensively he's performed way above expectations. You have to appreciate something like that.
Well, just being on the media side of things for a change, you know, it's easy to overlook people when you're looking at this stuff and you're
That's
like,
right.
Oh. You know, so the only way to figure out if he's going to be overexposed is, hey, go play, young man.
Expose him, yes.
He is a good player. He makes the plays when you need him to. He gets clutch hits. It's insane. It's insane. So from a player standpoint, I mean, you love to see it. And in that clubhouse, there's not a guy in there that doesn't think that he can't perform either. So to a certain group outside, sure, he's overperforming, but they know who they have in that clubhouse. They let Dansby walk because they knew they had a player in Orlando Arcia.
Double A strikes again, frankly. He continues to find a way to just find gems despite wherever they may be hidden. Moving right along to some tougher news out of today's contest. Jesse Chavez, a guy that really has been the backbone of this bullpen at times, found himself on the wrong end of a comebacker, and devastating injury from the standpoint of what it does to your bullpen depth, yes, but specifically for Jesse, what he had been doing recently was really encouraging.
I mean, bullpen numbers overall have been good, but there's no doubt over the last week to 2 weeks that this bullpen has a few guys that are just coming in kind of trying to figure some things out. Probably need some more reps as well, which always helps in the bullpen. But Jesse, like you said, has been the backbone. A pleasant surprise. I mean, he's played for 100%. 13 different teams or whatever it is. You know, over the last 2 years, he's been DFA'd multiple times. So for him to have this kind of success is really cool to see. So hoping it was just kind of like a zinger. I don't know what you want to call it, but hopefully just a little dead leg action, nothing too serious. But until we hear from that, we'll assume the worst. And this is a pretty tough blow if it's something more serious.
X-rays did come out as negative. Further tests being run, so we will keep you posted with any news on that note. Moving right along with regards to what we had from Spencer Strider today, it wasn't necessarily his best day once again, but found a way to dial it in for the 5 innings that he was out there. Encouraging to see him battle through, and even despite not having one of his better pitches clicking, he works through it.
From an old school standpoint, all you sabermetric nerds, he's got the W next to his name, you know? He snuck out a W. He did enough. I mean, he gave the solo homer in the first. The two-run homer to Miggy.
Which was insane.
Miggy looked like he was cheating a little bit, but that's what he does. He plays the game where he'll take a chance, and if he gets to it, he gets to it. If not, he'll shoot stuff off the middle. So, you know, I just think if you look at all the pitches that were hit, they just weren't very well-executed pitches. He does pitch up in the zone, but at times that can kind of get you away from your breaking ball, the trajectory that's supposed to start on as well. So, you know, for me, I just think he needs to focus more on executing, and you know he's going to say the same thing. You know, just a tough overall game, but talk to Smoltz, talk to Glavine, talk to Max. You're not going to win 300 games and all of them be super clean. I mean, this guy was gutsy the whole day. I loved what I saw from him at the end. I mean, even after giving up the 3 runs in that inning, back-to-back homers, he came out and had a 1-2-3 inning.
Yep.
You know, last inning, yeah, he had the wild pitch that led to a run, but that would have been clean as well. And he had 3 strikeouts in that last inning.
I was going to say struck out the side. Yeah.
You say the stuff is there, and he needs to. The dude's a machine. He's a machine. He had a bad start, couple bad starts in a row, and still got a dub out of it, and the Braves win. So bottom line, He's doing just fine.
He'll be all right.
He's going to figure it out. It's an up and down game, and we as fans, because I'm a fan, you ride the wave. Ride the wave.
That's it. He is a machine and a very self-aware machine, so we might as well hear from him after the effort today.
Just how do you evaluate your game today and what you were able to do through your innings?
Wasn't very good. We won the game. That's what matters. So, credit to everybody else.
The broadcast showed Snick come over and talk to you after your outing and seemed like he said something to you. What was his message to you?
Just, this guy struggle and got to stay committed to what I'm doing.
After you gave up 3 home runs, though, it really seemed like you did, bounce back. You didn't kind of let it affect you. Did you feel that too?
Statistically speaking, you can't give up more than 3 home runs that often. So got them all out of the way early. That was good. And then, tried to put up as many zeros as I could and wasn't able to get very deep in the game, which kind of stinks. First game of a doubleheader. So, and then, of course, Chavi getting hit really stinks for everybody, especially him. And so I feel, more so than anything, frustrated that I couldn't get more outs for us. So.
How scary was that to see that from the dugout? I mean, that was a pretty hard hit.
Yeah, that sucks. Hopefully he's going to get imaging and stuff, so hopefully everything turns out okay. But he's not feeling too good, so I'm hoping for the best.
You alluded last time to kind of fighting yourself mechanically a little bit. Has there been anything you've been able to pinpoint?
Yeah, there's a few things. I feel in some ways like I actually made some progress today, but I need the results to show it. That's really what matters. So, I don't want to go out there and be a liability. I'm not really putting us in a position to win the game very often. Fortunately, we've been able to when I pitched, but certainly not because of anything I've done. So, like I said, credit to everybody else continuing to pick me up and play well. And, I got to figure out how to be better.
Some of the mislocations, is that mostly mechanics, or does it come down to other things like execution, little things like that?
Yeah, execution's always important, no matter, how well anything's working or how you feel. But, I got to figure some things out that I'm doing, so to put me in a position to execute. So got to keep working on it.
So the thing about Spencer Strider is that he wears a lot of that responsibility, which you certainly respect. You want to make sure you find the fine balance of not getting overly critical of yourself to the point where it ends up taking a toll on you mentally going forward. He is the master, though, of essentially journaling, as he has said as much about, and then flushing it and moving on to the next one.
Well, to me, that's just leadership.
Fair.
That's what leaders do. They take accountability. Yeah. So for him to call himself out about the chain reaction that happens when you don't go as deep as you want to in a doubleheader, Jesse goes down. It's just this snowball kind of effect. So obviously he's a little disappointed in himself, but the dude's been lights out his entire career. So he's essentially due for these types of outings. But like I said, at the end of the day, he grinded and figured out a way to get through 5, which was, at one point in the game was kind of questionable. So for him to do that, I'm cool with it, and Braves win.
You got to be able to flush and move along, as we will do here on Braves Live, getting you right for Game 2 and also wrapping up things from Game 1. A couple of Venezuelans were cutting it up today out there at Comerica Park. A couple home runs between them, a couple Euro steps between them as well. But Ronnie gets the last laugh as the Braves win 10-7.
If a grilled cheese and a double cheeseburger got married, their combined assets would include 2 seasoned beef patties and 3 pieces of melty American cheese. At their wedding, we'd give them a Texas toast. Sonic $3.99 grilled cheese double burger and tots deal.
Sadie switched to Verizon. Now she has my plan, the first unlimited plan where she chooses exactly what she wants and only pays
things up. Kirby came in. I thought he looked awesome. Threw some really good splitters that we talked about while he was throwing. To me, I thought he looked great. Minter came in. He gave up a homer his last time on a really good pitch. Last series before this trip, and he did an awesome job. Clean inning of work. Only give up the hit. Nick Anderson, to me, is just pitch location. He had the outing yesterday as well. That was almost an identical line of 1 inning, 3 hits, and the run. But to me, it's just he's pitching up in the zone, and I just think he can make some adjustments, obviously, but he knows that. It's just it's a work in progress. And then Rysel, the game before the blown save, little tough. Day off, bounce back, and I thought he was throwing the ball fine, but just same with some of the other guys, just ball up in the zone, and you could always just simplify and just go to execution. Like, my arm feels good, my stuff looks good, because it really does. But some of the hits, it's like, where's the execution? And that's just a little bit of accountability of like, hey, I'm not executing, I'm going to fix this. So, you see some of the bloop hits today. I mean, I felt like Iglesias looked way better today than he did the other night. Yes. He was able to stop the bleeding a lot more. And, just green grass. I mean, they got to win. It was ugly, whatever you want to call it. They grind to a win, and you want to win these ones.
And the other part is, Iglesias was in ideal counts for a lot of those hits, frankly. And really, first 2 guys mowed through. It was just occasionally one left in an area it didn't need to be is what got him in trouble at the end of the day.
I mean, you get guys in 2-strike mode. If you're not executing either down, starting as strikes and missing down, or starting as strikes and missing outside, I mean, you got guys diving out, hitting balls. I mean, nothing terribly hard hit today for him, so those are good signs as well. But overall, just the numbers are the numbers, and you go with them, and Braves win. I keep saying it, but Braves win. We keep talking, all this stuff because it's important to talk about. But at the end of the day, it's ugly, and that's what the game is. You got a really, good players on that other team that are trying to scratch and claw for wins as well. So just because they showed some life doesn't mean anything. Iglesias closed the door, and the Braves win.
You take your dub and you keep it moving. You're never too high. You're never too low. Speaking of all of those mentalities, very next person you'll hear from is Brian Snitker. He's the Xfinity post-game presser.
Just any word on Jesse and how he's doing?
Well, the x-rays here were negative. He's getting further tests, so we'll know more later.
It hit him on the shin.
Yeah.
I mean, how concerned were you when you saw that he had to be kind of carried off and his leg was?
If anybody gets hit like that, it's ball smoke too. But so we'll know more when he gets back.
When you look at Spencer and his game, it looked like he was kind of fighting through some stuff. Spencer Strider, what do you think?
Fighting the last couple of games. He just, he's going through. What and I told him too. The 8 guys behind you have all been through it too. It's gonna go through it. It's not gonna be a smooth sailing all the time, and you got to navigate rough waters and keep fighting the fight. And you know what? You'll come out of it if you give yourself a chance.
Encouraging to see him bounce back after the 3 homers. I mean, he loved it.
Yeah, no. Then he came in and got the win, if I'm not mistaken. So, just to cover the 5 innings is good.
What about the game Michael had with those 4 hits?
Really good. I was hoping he hit a triple there last time.
Just approaching a doubleheader now. What do you guys do here these next 20 minutes?
That was a doubleheader. It felt like. No, I hope Dylan can go out there and stretch a game for us. I mean, he's going to have to cover some innings. So a little thin right now after that one.
The decision to go with him, was it just to kind of give the guys an extra day of rest?
Well, if we do that, it's his day to throw, and we push AJ back, although we may use him out of the bullpen the second game if need be. But it's just kind of then if everything works like we want, then we don't need a starter for Sunday.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, was probably the best thing we could have done instead of adding just another arm to the pen.
A lot of pitchers say when you go through something like Spencer's, you can almost learn more from that stretch. Is that the case?
Yeah, no, it's I mean, it's like I said, it's hard. And, it's just you have to keep fighting. And it wasn't what he wanted, but he got a win out of it. That's the silver lining is he pitched well enough to win. And the guys backed him up, and now it's on to the next one.
More specifically, guys like Michael Harris II backed him up. Snit said he was hoping for a triple. We'll take the long ball as well, baby, regardless of how just so close it was to being robbed. Braves win 10-7. changes that are of note, to say the least. Marcell Ozuna will be back in the lineup for your Atlanta Braves. He will DH from that 5 slot. Sean Murphy will slide back behind the dish, batting cleanup and catching. That shifts Eddie Rosario back out to left and batting 6th. Otherwise, though, you're looking at the guys in the same remaining spots that they have been. When it comes to Detroit, there are a couple more changes of note. Zach Short goes from pinch hitting in the bottom of the 7th in Game 1 to atop the lineup for the Tigers. Jake Marisnik remains at 9. And the man that gave us all kinds of fits in Andy Ibanez moves up from 6 to the 3 slot there. As we continue to kind of take you up the first pitch for Game 2, there are so many different guys that you can look to in that lineup that have pestered us, frankly, after not really finding much success. But this Atlanta Braves team, backed by Sean Murphy going back in there, and Marcell Ozuna showing up. You hope this offense can pull together one performance like they did in the game.
I went straight to the bottom line to see what Michael Harris is batting at. It's creeping up to 220, 225. It's just, I mean, you got Sean Murphy back in there. I expect big.
Pitching that will go down for today. Dylan Dodd again will get the start for the Atlanta Braves. He'll take on Michael Lorenzen. Dylan back up, called up to make this start. You heard Snit talk about the idea of getting him in there so that you can kind of shift things back. Ideally, won't need to use a starter on Sunday. So many different things come into play with bringing up a guy like Dylan Dodd who hasn't been here in quite some time.
Well, I mean, compared to the other young guys, I mean, he hasn't been walking a lot of guys. He throws a lot of strikes, but just pregame, kind of looking at where the strikes are, his fastball, it can get up to 95, but it's not around 92, hovers, but pitches up in the zone a lot, like I've seen in every other game that we've been watching throughout the league. So it's a style of pitching, but for him, I would love for him to get down in the zone. If you're pumping that many strikes and you start getting down in the zone, you're going to start getting really easy outs. All of a sudden, you're going to be, instead of just 5 and dive, you're going to be 6, 7. You're going to find yourself finding these easy outs that you're not even, I mean, you're trying to get them, but you're just trying to execute your pitch down in the zone, get some rollovers, and build some confidence that way. And the whole team builds off that. The defense loves quick outs and making plays.
Activity.
Exactly.
Being able to make those plays behind you.
For him, it's just missing bats. Missing bats. Get the ball down, get to your breaking stuff.
Without question. Now, when it comes to what is now the chain reaction that Snit also alluded to, as well as Spencer Strider, not as many guys available to you because you went through and used, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys technically. You're playing a game of making sure you stretch Dylan as far as you can, right?
I mean, that's the plan. And there's 2 types of people. You know, the people who kind of perk up like, hey, I need to do something, or they were like, I don't know if I can do this. So, you know, I'm expecting Dodd to be up to the task. Just take my advice. I'm smart.
He knows a little something.
No. He like I said, he pounds the zone. That's the key to get through games.
Yes.
Pound the zone, execute pitches. The more you get off the plate and execute on the corners, you're going to have success. So for him, it's just focus on executing your pitch. It's what Greg Maddux always said. I'm just trying to make a good pitch. Yeah, it's out of your control after that. So for him, execute, and he'll be fine.
Real quick on the other side of things, Lorenzen, your guy, rocking the Vans.
I just love him. A fellow SoCal guy. Custom Vans cleats. I mean, I've worn Vans my whole life. The dude's super unique. His time with Cincinnati, started as a bullpen guy, up to 100 miles an hour, started getting into the rotation, but he also started playing center field. The dude's one of the most in-shape, yoked-up dudes in the league, has 7 career home runs. Gone is that because of all this DH, stuff.
You gonna be having fun.
Okay. I didn't know. First time trying to not cuss on this show, but he's up to the challenge as well. He gave up 6 runs his last start, but man, he's been a bright spot for this Tigers rotation.
Gotta love it, man. It's been incredible to watch this Braves team work for Game 1. We hope they continue the thing in Game 2. They are looking to sweep the Tigers in this doubleheader matchup on a Wednesday afternoon. They have Game 2 coming up, but Game 1 was electric.
Atlanta Braves baseball, presented by Truist. Back at Comerica Park here in Detroit, it's the final game of this series. Game 2 of this doubleheader. Braves took game 1, so the final game tonight, rubber game of this series. Great to have you with us. Alongside Peter Moylan, Ben Ingram here with you, stepping in for Brandon Gaudin. And Pete, we just saw the Braves bust out the bats, and it was good to see Michael Harris leading the way, batting ninth. But man, what a great game from Michael.
Well, we all knew it was only going to be a matter of time before we saw this kind of performance from Michael Harris. What we didn't know is that it was going to be otherworldly. He's almost at a point now where you just can't get him out. He's hitting everything hard. Even with 2 strikes, you still feel like he's in every at-bat. He's playing defense. He's hitting everything. He's not even swinging and missing like we saw so often. Money Mike, check this out right here. First 38 games, 20 hits. Last 7 games, 14. Home runs in the first 38 games, 2. Last 7, 3. And the RBIs are matched at 8 right there. Hoping that continues tonight is our starter, Dylan Dodd, who was a bit of a surprise for me, but he's been called up as the 27th man on regular rest. Last time we saw him, he was in Charlotte, and he threw 5 2/3, gave up 2 runs. So we know he's going to be. He's going to be a strike thrower. He's got to take care of this huge park and really take advantage of keeping the ball in this park.
That's right. Try to at least get 5 innings in, give the team an opportunity to win. So excited for that, excited for the ball game. When we come back, we'll have the lineups, we'll have the first pitch, we'll have it all. Braves and the Tigers coming up next.
The 4th inning in the right hand by a pitch, but he said he's feeling good today. He struggled with that grip strength on Monday. All the tests came back negative. Yesterday, took some dry swings and headed on out and hit up the high velocity machine where his swing looked really good. Snit said he'd be available to DH today. Well,
right-hander Lorenzen goes to work.
You may remember Lorenzen from his days with Cincinnati. Almost a two-way player. See the numbers there. They don't tell the whole story. Last 7, 2-2 with a 2.74 ERA. Only given up 30 hits in 46 innings.
He throws about everything, doesn't he? Fastball, slider, change, sinker, sweeper, cutter. Expect it all. That is popped straight up. Reaching back here towards us. See, now that's the kind of hop that we're looking for, Pete. Took a big hop and not quite high enough to get up into the booth. But nice and gentle hop. That's what we want up here. Not that screamer you almost had.
Or just a well-timed foul ball that I can get under. And that line drive would have taken out my teeth.
Well, you would have known who to call. Down the right field line. And he'll live to see another pitch.
Got that guy on speed dial.
Ronald had a big ball game in game 1. Homer, couple of singles. Already 1-0 Braves here in Detroit. Let's take a look at the starting lineup brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. And for these Tigers, Short, Torkelson, and Ibanez right up there at the top. And, of course, Ibanez, the one getting the major promotion. You'd understand why. He's been ripping the cover off the ball, and he's up in the top 3 now. And that's the lineup that will be taking a look at Dylan Dodd, Pete.
Dylan Dodd, last time out was in Charlotte. He gave up 8 hits over 5 2/3 and 2 runs. We know he's going to be around the strike zone. He's going to try and keep the ball on the ground. Let the defense behind him go to work.
Got a 1-0 lead as he faces Short, Torkelson, and Ibanez here in the bottom of the first inning. Lefty Dodd. 6'2", 210, this left-hander from Danville, Illinois. Just 25 years old. Good fastball, really good changeup, and a slider from this left-hander. Braves got him in the 3rd round in 2021 out of Southeast Missouri State. And we've seen him back and forth between AAA and the big leagues and making his fifth start of the season. Altogether 2-1 with a 6.64 ERA. And the last time we saw Dodd, that was on the 25th of May. Went 5 innings against the Phillies. Good pitch there. Got the slider over. This rookie left-hander made 8 appearances at AAA, going 2-4 there with a 7.07 ERA. Takes care of Zach Short. Fastball 93. And, you know, watching Dodd ever since we really got to lay eyes on him in spring training. Of course, the fastball he can locate well. It's about 92, 93 as you're talking about. But when his changeup is on, it's not just a really good pitch for him, but that enhances the fastball.
Yeah, Dodd's in a situation, like I said earlier, he throws a ton of strikes. That's how he grew up. He had to be around the zone. But you have to be around the zone with more than just one pitch, like you said. That fastball, It's not a Spencer Strider fastball, but he plays the other 2 pitches off it well. You just saw an elevated fastball, which is something that I hadn't seen from him first stint up here.
Well, of course, you think about going back and forth, start here, and then back to AAA, and then call it back up. You're constantly tweaking things and trying to get better. And that's certainly the case for Dylan Dodd. You know he's got it in him. We saw him put together a really good spring training, and there was a reason he made the big league club right out of camp. Well, Torkelson aboard, so strike out to Short. Torkelson a walk. And that brings Andy Ibanez to the plate. Going back to Monday night, Andy Ibanez was batting 8th. And his numbers coming into this series, certainly nothing to scare you. 180 average, couple of homers. Kind of a guy that you just look over in the lineup, as he had 2 homers and 8 RBIs. But, man, he has gotten really hot in this series. At game 1, a double, a homer, a single. So they bumped him up a little bit in the order for the first game of this doubleheader. He was batting 6th, and he continued to swing a red-hot bat with 3 more hits. And now he's batting 3rd. Looking at an 0-2 count here. So that is quite the bump up in the order in a short amount of time for Ibanez. Dodd's delivery is going to be sent foul. Interesting thing about Ibanez, we were talking about him earlier. He's 30 years old. He's from Cuba. But he was playing in the WBC when he was 19 years old. He was the youngest player on the Cuban team. And before that, he was on the 18 and under World Championship Tournament Ball Club for Cuba. That was a team that had Jorge Soler and Lourdes Gurriel and Andy Ibanez. They were loaded. And the Tigers claimed this guy off of waivers from the Rangers. And he's making the most of his opportunity. Out towards left field. Rosario has a beat on it. And 2 down. I don't know about you, but that feels like 2 outs getting that guy out.
Today it does. Continue to put Javi Baez in that 4-hole. Couple of knocks last game, but honestly, from mistake pitches, I think if you can make your pitch against Javi right now, he's just in complete swing mode.
Does he ever come out of that mode? It worked for him here, I guess not.
Right.
Down to second for Torkelson.
He's so aggressive. You can always use that aggressiveness against him. He just keeps finding a way to punch some knocks together.
How would you use that aggressiveness against him?
I would instantly think that he's 0-2 the minute he steps in the box and start making pitches like that. See how he takes the first couple of breaking balls, and if he doesn't seem like he's going to swing, then I'll maybe go strike one, and then I know that will trigger his swing mode.
Braves took the early lead as Acuna walked, got to third base on a single by Olson, and a sac fly by Riley scored him. Tigers looking to answer. Dodd has other plans. Nice pick by Ozzie. Up with it, and that will end the inning. That's spectacular. Well, that saves a run. A dazzling play defensively by Ozzie. We head to the second. 1-0 Atlanta. Back to game one on Monday night. Marcell Ozuna came to the plate to lead things off in the top of the fourth, and ouch, right there on the hand.
I thought it originally hit him on the fingers, and it seemed to have squared him up right on that fatty pad on the palm of your hand.
Yes.
Easy for me to say. But he's back in there today like strong bull that he is.
He is that. He came out of that ball game. Well, we found out that he'd be all right for today. 0-1 on Marcell. So great to see him in there. Anytime you take something off the hands, wrists, I mean, it's easy to go to worst case scenario in your mind. Ozuna got out to a good start. He had doubled in his first trip to the plate in that ball game Monday night. Doubled and scored a run. And then hit by the pitch. So that's the last time that we had seen him until now. Ozuna getting his first look at Michael Lorenzen. 9 years in the big leagues for this right-hander, formerly with the Reds and the Angels and now the Tigers. Braves have seen him 9 times, but never as a starter. No record and an ERA of 3 in 9 relief appearances versus Atlanta. This guy grew up a big fan of the Angels. They're in Fullerton, California. Went to Fullerton High School and then Cal State Fullerton. 3-2. Baseball runs in the Lorenzen family as Michael is the fourth of 4 boys. His oldest brother was drafted by the Dodgers. I know, Michael Lorenzen, veteran right-hander. And he gets Ozuna. First strikeout of the ball game now, and Eddie Rosario will be the batter. Lorenzen out there on the mound wearing number 21. And there's a reason that Lorenzen wears number 21. Definitely a big-time historian of the game, Lorenzen is.
Work for it, baby. Let's see some hard work out there.
Think about what's in a number, and Lorenzen, historian. He loved studying the game, and he really was inspired by Roberto Clemente, reading a lot about Clemente in his days, and not just as a player, but as a man. And he learned by studying Clemente that his mission in life is bigger than just baseball, and he wanted to wear number 21 to honor Roberto Clemente. And that's a really nice tribute there. In the air to left. It should reach the seats. That'll rattle around. Braves off to a good start. 1-0 after the sac fly by Austin Riley. The old sac fly to second base, as Peter Moylan pointed out earlier. As Zach Short reins into shallow right field. And he hitless in the series. Been on base a few times with some walks. No luck there. Right to short, 2 down.
Good swing by Eddie. Hit it hard, but right at Short there at second base. He's been busy there.
Ozzie made a really nice play defensively to end the bottom of the first inning. And now up to the plate. You and I are looking up the shot by Vierling to end the inning. Came off his bat at 105, and Ozzie picked it. And he was kind of far from home when he picked it, too. He was up the middle.
Testing that arm strength. Ooh. Love it, Ozzie. Squared around a bunt. That's a discussion for another day that you and I can get into then.
Well, if he gets one down, it's going to be a base hit. I mean, Scope's a mile from third. Show you that play by Ozzie just to wow you one more time.
Well, we see it every afternoon when they're working with Wash. That's exactly the movement they make with that glove, and it's paying off perfectly.
Oh, deep drive to right. Way back to the seats, and Ozzie's swinging a stick of dynamite. 2-0 Atlanta. Well, just a moment ago, just now he's hitting 2 moves deep into the seats. It's 15 of the season for
Now gets a change-up, stays back, beautiful. I think he had an idea this one was going to go, Ben. Stand and deliver. What a swing. What a couple of weeks for Ozzie Albies.
Doing it on both sides of the ball here early. Well, they're following your advice, Pete. Your keys of the game. Keep attacking on the runs. Doesn't matter the situation. Just find another way to put a tally up there on the board. Orlando in a hole here on the top of the second inning. Did you grunt much when you pitched?
Yes, I did. I couldn't hear it like this. Well, I was doing it, so it was a little different, obviously, but I assume no one could hear it like this.
The crowd has certainly thinned out as between games 1 and 2, not quite as many people here. So if a pitcher's out there grunting with every pitch, you can hear it.
Well, he has to now, because if he doesn't grunt and it's only on a certain pitch, that's one of his tells.
Yeah. I mean, if you're just grunting on fastballs, you know to pull the trigger on the fastball. Who's the loudest grunter you remember? This guy's at the top of the list.
It's hard to really go past Lorenzen right now, but I think it's because of I'm normally in the bullpen, so.
That's a good point. Jake Peavy would grunt very loudly. Zach Greinke a loud grunter? Look out.
This is far too close.
And that's buzzing the light tower right there. Pushed it to full. Flips it out to left. And just a tad foul. Marcy inspecting the bat there, making sure that he's got the integrity that he wants. Should be good to go. Do it again with a 3-2 count. And if he can reach, boy, the hottest man in the big leagues would come up to the plate, and Michael Harris. Swinging that weighted bat over there. There he is. Marcy had 3 hits in the series. There it is. Base hit into left field. That's a good at bat by Orlando. He was down 0-2 and even got knocked back on his fanny on one of those pitches.
So impressive what he does on a nightly, daily basis. Same pitch as the one before. He just made a better adjustment, threw the hands a little quicker. And now we have Michael Harris up. You said it. I don't think I've seen anybody as hot as him.
7 for 8 in the series. And of course shows bunt. I'm going to go back to Monday night. And Michael in that ball game was on base 4 times. He was 3 for 4. So even the one time that he didn't get a base hit, he still reached on an error. In the air to deep left center. Not deep enough. Late charge by Ibanez. And that is the top of the second. But Ozzie with a bomb deep into the seats to right field. Got every stitch of that one. And it is 2-0 Atlanta. Great to have you with us. Rubber game in this series. Good to see the sun out all day today in Detroit. Scope, Cabrera, and Rogers for the Tigers here in the bottom of the second inning. Getting a double dip for the Braves and the Tigers today. Well, the good news is the Braves have given Dylan Dodd an early 2-0 lead. Got a sac fly from Riley in the first and a homer by Ozzie in the second. Reaching back for the seats 2-1. And for a young pitcher, Pete, I mean, there's nothing that calms the nerves quite like an early lead.
You're exactly right, Ben. Exactly right. He does this every time he comes up here. He's able to get through an inning, a tough inning, and then rebound back. He's getting a little bit out of his mechanics right now. Usually is this the consistency in which he's in the strike zone that makes him so effective.
Right. That was a nasty pitch.
With all pitches. So he can come in there, slider, changer, fastball. Shoop's got no idea what's coming.
Where does he go here? Just missed.
I mean, Just missed.
Back to that slider, so a leadoff walk. That brings Miguel Cabrera up to the plate. They will not miss an opportunity to applaud him. See that near miss there as Scope takes his base.
That's another frustrating thing. It's obviously you make a pretty good pitch.
Miguel Cabrera, career homer number 508 in the second inning of Game 1 of this doubleheader. Now he bats here in the second inning of Game 2. And up to 3,114 base hits for the future Hall of Famer.
Nice visit from Murphy, just slowing everything down. Must have seen something.
So Dodd back to work. Scope a lead at first base. Dodd facing Miguel Cabrera. And I mentioned that home run by Miguel Cabrera, career homer number 508, coming up on some really big names. Once it gets to 509, he'll be tied with Gary Sheffield. 511 Mel Ott. 512 Ernie Banks and Eddie Matthews. And you get in that 500 zone there. There's a bunch of names, big time names. They're in the low to mid 500s. And of course, big names all the way up. But man, what company. What company for Cabrera. Lunge and a miss.
Real nice pitch. You saw the first two pitches, those sliders in. Miggy's back foot slipped out. May have been looking for something similar to that. Dylan able to locate a good fastball in the outside corner.
How about that? So the fastball fans Cabrera. And for Dylan Dodd, he can say that he struck out Miguel Cabrera. One down here in the second inning.
Decent result. Missed his spot, but it ended up being a pretty good pitch. And Miggy must have been looking for something else. That was not a swing you're used to seeing from him.
Goes to work now on Rogers. Tigers have the two Jakes at the bottom. Jake Rogers at the plate. Jake Marisnick on deck. Rogers caught Game 1 Monday night. And behind the plate earlier today was Eric Haas, who homered. Evens it up on Rogers. This guy out of Tulane. Jake Rogers, 28 years old, from Canyon, Texas. And a good collegiate career at Tulane. In the air, foul. Rogers originally drafted by the Astros, but he was in that haul that sent Justin Verlander from Detroit to Houston. Dodd looking for back-to-back strikeouts. Just did get a piece.
Good spot, though. Really good spot. Tried to come in the same pitch with Miggy. Was able to get it in there that time.
We were talking about Dylan Dodd getting off to a good start and getting a lead early, and how that helps. You know, another element that he's got on his side, and it doesn't matter to the catcher. You could say this for Travis or for Sean, but good to have somebody like Sean Murphy down there with him, trying to guide him through. There's one there. Snap throw to first base. Not in time. Good stab by Orlando Arcia. 2 down. Bottom of the order here for the Tigers. Here's Marisnick. Well, the biggest contribution that Marisnick has made in this series, and not to belittle anything else that he's done because he's been solid, but he had a really nice play to rob Matt Olson of a home run earlier today. And the first game of the doubleheader. Big swing and a miss there. That ball that Matt hit, Marisnik went back on it like he's done that a few times, didn't he?
He's played some good center field for a long time.
He has. Ronald Acuna trotting in. And he'll take care of this little fly out. And down go the Tigers in the second. Good job to work around the leadoff walk. We're off to the top of the third inning. 2-0 Braves. Then the Braves when it comes to exit velo, Pete.
No, balls hit at 110 miles per hour this season. Check those numbers out. And Ronald has hit 35 balls over 110 miles an hour. That's more than 25 MLB teams.
25?
25.
Putting together such a great season. There's a deep drive to center. Way back. Fire away, big boy. Off the batter's eye. You know what,
this far.
I mean, look how high up that is off the batter's eye. And it's not like it's 390 to center. It's 412.
There's my floss. I'm in shock.
I'll tell you the best thing about Ronald Acuna, we get to see him every day. Get to watch him every day. And it is something spectacular. Ball and 2 strikes on Matt Olson.
I do have the claim to fame that I feel like I knew this before anybody else. When he was down with the Melbourne Aces those many years ago as an 18-year-old kid, and he was 100 times better than every single baseballer who was on the field. It was just so obvious.
Yeah. One down here in the inning. Well, look, everybody who makes it this far is extremely talented. I don't care if you get just a cup of coffee in the big leagues. It's extremely impressive.
Just to make a Pro Bowl.
Just to get here. Here's that cut again by Ronald. That is a thing of beauty right there. Straightaway center. But some guys, man, they are just special, and that is Ronald. And it's not just the picturesque home runs or the average, but, I mean, defensively, amazing. It's so much fun to watch him run the bases. And everything that he does out there is special. And can do it just about better than anybody else, including your floss.
We'll see.
Braves have gone deep twice in the ball game. Braves got a tally in the first on the sac fly by this man, Austin Riley. Scored Acuna. And then a homer by Albies in the second, and a homer by Acuna right here in the third inning. That's a good take there by Austin. Lorenzen closing in on 50 pitches here in the ball game. And big bouncer out to short. And 2 down. I guess you can't really go wrong when you talk about short, even though he's at second base. He says a ground out to short, you're expected to be on the other side of the bag, but that's his name. So in this case, short's on the right side of the bag.
Not allowed to do that anymore.
Right. Two down for Sean Murphy. Lorenzen gets ahead. I know all the time we talk about shadows and how it can affect batters. And that shadow right there in front of the plate isn't a very big one, but that could be enough to throw a batter off for a second, couldn't it?
I think where it is right now, and I obviously have not hit in the big leagues with shadows, but I'm assuming that you'd probably make your decision before it hits that shadow whether you're going to swing. But again, if it keeps creeping out towards where the pitcher is and it keeps going dark to light, that's when you get in trouble.
Right. Lunge and a miss, and down goes Murphy. But Acuna blasted one to straightaway center. Definitely worth another look right here. Beautiful.
Dylan Dodd on the mound. He flew in this morning at 8:30, landed, came right here to the ballpark. I talked to Snit in between the games. He said it's the best thing we could have done instead of adding a guy to the bullpen just because of how the schedule is lining up with the game on Sunday. But he did say they may use AJ out of the bullpen today if need be. But he's hoping Dylan can give a cover a couple of innings because they're a little thin in that area right now.
Yeah, it would be great to see him go 4, 5, 6 innings give him some length on the mound. Swing and a miss by Short. Well, it's good to have A.J. Smith-Shawver in case you need to do that. But if you could draw this thing up perfectly like Lauren was talking about, get good length out of Dodd and wait on A.J. Smith-Shawver till we get back home.
That's the perfect scenario, I would think. Still have a couple of guys in that bullpen that can go.
Flipped foul by Short. This is the top of the order for A.J. Hinch's Tigers. Popped up. Should be room for Olson. And you love those. Popped out to foul ground. And one down here in the 3rd inning. So far, so good for Dodd. Now facing Spencer Torkelson. Well, for the future of the Tigers, a lot of that is on the shoulders of this man, Spencer Torkelson. Such a young team. Torkelson, 23 years old. 2nd year in the big leagues and former 1st overall pick in the 2020 draft out of Arizona State. Spits on that first pitch. This guy growing up in the Bay Area in Petaluma, California. He was a huge Giants fan. I mean, enormous. So much so that his older brother was actually named after Giants 3rd baseman Matt Williams. And of course, Torkelson grew up a big fan of Barry Bonds. That was his motivation to go play collegiately at Arizona State. And he had an opportunity to visit with Barry Bonds at one point. This is when he was at Arizona State. And he asked for his advice, and Bonds told him, well, hit for average. Learn to be a contact hitter, because I've never seen anybody hit 300 and get released. Pretty good advice.
It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from a guy that hit as many home runs as he did.
Got a hitter's count here. Big bouncer. Good pick. And a throw right on the money by Austin Riley.
Great play.
Two quick outs for Dodd. That's exactly what he wants. And he got Ibanez to fly out to left field back in the 1st inning. One of the few times the Braves have gotten him out in this series. He could go 1, 2, 3 against Short, Torkelson, and Ibanez. That would be big for Dodd.
Oh boy. Well, you can see there it's making better pitches these last couple of innings.
Deep drive to left. And the Tigers are about to be on the board. This guy's having the best series he's ever had in his life. You come to Detroit, you're circling Spencer Torkelson, you're circling Miguel Cabrera. Not necessarily Andy Ibanez, but he has made him pay.
He's gone from the 8-hole to the 3-hole in 2 days. He might be getting his number retired tomorrow. That was a fastball, top of the zone. Just got on top of it. Drove it out to left field. That was after a questionable ball call on a pretty good slider from Dodd too, which kind of flipped the at-bat from a 1-1 to a 2-0 hitters count.
So a 3-1 ball game. And for Ibanez, that was his 4th home run of the year. And it is his 2nd in this series. Good bounce back by Dodd to go up 0-2 on Baez.
Nothing close now.
I mean, you want to go over the left-hand batter's box with this pitch. And he still might go after it.
It's harder for a lefty because it's coming into him, but still nothing close with the changeup.
Fortunately fouled off. Baez in his 10th season in the big leagues and spending time between the Cubs and the Mets and now the Tigers. El Mago, the magician. Out to third. So a good recovery by Dodd after the home run by Ibanez. Tigers on the board with a homer. We head to the top of the fourth inning, 3-1 Atlanta.
5 hour.
Man, what a difference to last year. Check these numbers out. The league average OPS for Team DH is 721. So as you can see, well below last year and well above this year.
Like that trend. Bumping it up.
Big reason in the box right now.
Little flare. And that's going to be taken over by Marisnick. For a moment there was a moment of doubt between Bierling and Marisnick. So one down here in the top of the fourth inning. Braves won game one of this doubleheader 10-7 over the Tigers. It was the first Braves win in this ballpark since 2004. Obviously, we don't play here all the time, so that's a big part of it. But 2004, still a long time ago. Braves had lost 6 straight in this ballpark.
Work for it, baby. Let's see some
finally got a
hard
win
work out
earlier
there.
today and leading 3-1 here in the top of the fourth inning. To this point, Michael Lorenzen with 3 strikeouts, one of them versus Marcelo Zuna, one against Sean Murphy, and one to Matt Olson. Eddie Rosario shows bunt. Lorenzen, no shot.
He actually made a pretty good play fielding it, but then for some reason didn't come up and make a throw, just kind of lobbed it over there. Take a look here. Squares around a bunt. Decent bunt, but he gets off the mound really well. Makes a good play, and then just, I don't know what happened.
A 2-hopper over there.
It's like his elbow got caught on his shirt.
He spiked a slider over there to first base. As he took him deep back in the second inning, up 1-0 here. Hitters count now for Ozzie. 3 runs on 5 hits for the Braves, a run on 2 hits for the Tigers, and both of these teams going deep early again in this ball game, with Ibanez going deep for the Tigers and Acuna and Albies going deep for the Braves. Final game of this series. Braves 12-13 in interleague play to this point of the year. Line drive fair down the right field line, all the way into the corner. Rosario hits the bag at second, heading for third, and they're going to stop him there. So a double by Ozzie. Big turn now by Rosario, and he goes back to the bag. Well, the Braves caught a little bit of a break right there. That's rolling down the line, Pete, and just missed where the sidewall kicks out. If that had hit that, who knows? Maybe that shoots right over towards the right fielder, Beerley. It continued down the line and all the way to the corner.
As he stayed back on a changeup to hit the ball out, and gets a fastball down and in. I saw Torkelson seal that one up past him.
Infield in for Orlando.
This is where I would think the shadows become a factor when it goes from dark to light, then dark to light again before you have to really make a decision on if you want to swing.
Yeah, that's kind of a wicked pattern right there. 1-1. There's light standers down the first base line, casting that big shadow. Just looking for a hole here. Try to drive in a run or two. Arcia has had a good series, 4 for 9, including a base hit back in the second inning. Right on through Baez. Rosario to the plate. Here comes Ozzie. Here's the throw from Ibanez. A dive for the dish, and he's in there. Orlando taking a lead off of second base. Now back to the bag, but 2-run score. What a dive.
And a great slide to avoid the tag. That's not easy to do, running full pace, having to change directions and try to hit the inside part of the plate. Great job, Ron Washington.
And a 5-1 lead for the Braves. Arcia standing at second. Got really good wood on it, just able to get it by Baez, and now Marisnik is under this one. And 2 down here in the inning. For Arcia, they're going to go single and 2 RBIs. And he advances to second on that throw to the plate. So RBIs 22 and 23 for Arcia, as he hit it just hard enough to get it through Baez. Now back to the top of the order to Ronald Acuna. Out towards right center field, and Marisnik will run it down. So that ends the top of the 4th inning. But the Braves pick up 2 more runs. Orlando comes through, and Ozzie with a great dive to the plate. 5-1 Atlanta. 5-1 lead for the Braves into the bottom of the 4th inning. So the bats have put Dylan Dodd in a really good spot. He'll be facing Bierling, Schoop, and Cabrera here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Matt Bierling 0 for 1 with a ground out to second base. He'll try to get it going for the Tigers. A pretty good slider in there for a called strike. Bierling from St. Louis, went to Notre Dame, spent 2 years with the Phillies, and this is his first year as a Tiger. 26 years old. His dad played football at Kansas, but he and his brother chose baseball. His brother played college ball at Missouri. And Bierling, a former 5th-round pick out of Notre Dame. And of course, we've seen him in years past, as I mentioned, with Philadelphia. So he's one of the guys, when you look at that lineup for the Tigers, that you have some familiarity with. I think outside of that, a good chunk of the familiarity that you might have with the Tigers would come from the Grapefruit League, as we see them time or two down there in Florida during spring training. Deep drive to left. This has got trouble written all over it. And Bierling hits his 5th home run of the year. Second home run allowed by Dylan Dodd as Bierling takes the trot.
Tried to throw that fastball in. You see Murph set up way off in. Had to move his glove back. Caught too much plate. And Bierling put a great swing on it.
Bat in the hands of Jonathan Schoop. He goes up the middle. Michael has to lay up and take it on a hop. So back-to-back base hits allowed by Dodd here in the 4th inning.
Oh, yeah.
Now, man on base for Miguel Cabrera. Obviously, Cabrera is the veteran leader of the ball club, Pete, but they've got so much young talent. So I'm sure all these guys are just trying to soak up as much wisdom as they can from him. And it's a Tiger team that is focused on the future.
Just imagine a session in the cage with Miguel Cabrera, or, hey, I'm struggling with this. Do you mind? What did you used to do?
Yeah, that's a tremendous source of wisdom for any player. You think about this Tiger bunch, as young as they are, normally you'd say, well, they're playing for the future. They're hoping to get there in the next few years, and that may be the case. But the good news for them is, and how they could arrive ahead of schedule, they're not in the best division in the world. I mean, this is a division that's within everyone's reach, maybe outside of Kansas City, as they're 16.5 games out. But the Twins pace the division. They're only 2 games over 500. So the team gets hot, and all of a sudden you could vault up towards the top of the standings there in the division. Fouled off by Cabrera. For the Tigers, it's been 9 years since they saw the postseason. You'd have to go back to 2014. They've had just 1 winning season since then. And coming into this series, they had dropped 9 straight, 11 of 12, and the offense had been the issue, but that hasn't been the case in this series. And a bunch of homers. And they've been tough on the Braves. Really, Cabrera, the only remnant from what they had a handful of years ago when they were winning the division year after year. Just missed. Dodd battling. He struck out Cabrera back in the 2nd inning. And he walks him here. Not a very crisp start here in the 4th inning for Dodd, as Bierling homered, Schoop singled, and Cabrera walks. And as they're chatting it out on the mound, here's a quick message from Delta.
Braves country,
fast free Wi-Fi is rolling out. Enjoy with a free Sky Miles membership. Delta, official airline of the Atlanta Braves.
So Dodd trying to reel it back in here. Braves had given him a 5-1 lead, just gave up a home run to Veerling. And you're going to give up some solo homers here and there, trying to pitch with a lead, throw strikes, but now in a bit of a jam here, Pete.
Exactly. You're going to give up your singles. You're going to be around the zone.
Another fly ball to deep left. Eddie Rosario at the wall and out of here. Three-run homer by Jake Rogers. And we are back to even. 5 apiece here in the 4th inning.
See what Dylan was trying to do. He tried to throw that slider down and in, just left it up. Rogers ambushes, able to get under it, and Eddie just out of his reach. Maybe a little further than I thought, but still out of his reach. We've got a tie ball game.
Well, Jake Marisnik takes a big hack and got a piece of that first pitch fastball. Things can change in a hurry. It was a 5-1 lead just a moment ago. But that has dissolved. A 4-run 4th to this point for the Tigers. And still no one out. Something about 4-run leads today. Tigers had a 4-0 lead in game 1 of the doubleheader. Braves eliminated that, won the ball game 10-7. And the Tigers were down 4 runs in this ball game and have fought back to tie it up. See at least one more pitch. Fastball 91 from Dodd. Dodd back to work. Deep in the hole, Orlando. What a play. To his right, able to glove it. A spin on the grass, and then relying on that rifle arm of his. And the Tigers are going to challenge this.
Great play, spins around, sets his feet, makes a really strong throw. I thought it was going to be bang, bang.
Detroit is challenging the out call at first base.
This will give us a good shot here. Oh, he can't overturn that.
I got him out right now, Pete. Yeah, I'm right there with you. That was right there past the edges of the fingers of the glove.
I'm having a duel with next door's booth. They say it's safe. They must have a different angle to us.
Well, the angle that we just saw, it looked like it was just in the nick of time.
And if, at the very least, it was bang, bang, and you
Sure.
can't overturn a bang, bang play.
Well, and Dodd really needs this. Watching this again, that right foot slowly coming down. I can't overturn that.
It's going to be a decision of when the ball was in the glove.
Yeah. I've got to call stands on that. Of course, Brave fans want to see what they want to see, and Tiger fans seeing what they want to see, and everybody thinks that they're right. And here we go.
After review, the call on the field stands. The runner is out. Detroit will lose their challenge.
Well, that's exactly like we saw it. And all praise to Orlando Arcia for that extremely impressive play. I mean, that's just amazing. I mean, knocking that ball down and popping up that quickly and using that throw. That's a long throw.
Don't tell me Dylan Dodd doesn't appreciate that.
That's for sure. Short takes a strike. Well, if you're going to be a good ball club, you got to be really good up the middle. And, man, the Braves feel good about what they have up the middle. And Orlando Arcia has been tremendous. Well, if you stepped away for just a little while, and the last time you had your eyes on the TV, it was a 4-run lead for the Braves. Well, Tigers have scored quickly. They got a homer from Bierling and then a 3-run homer by Rogers, all here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Inning has gone homer, single, walk, homer, ground out. And 5 apiece here in the 4th inning. Zach Short is 0 for 2 in the ball game. It should be 0 for 3 now. Ozzie under it and 2 down.
That's a better fastball there from Dylan. You can see Murph really working hard behind the plate to try and get Dylan to hit a couple of spots. He's missed a little bit, but that was a great pitch down in the zone.
Two down for Torkelson. Able to bounce back and make that great pitch. Let me ask you this. Let me put you in the shoes of Dylan Dodd right now. They challenged that play versus Marisnick. Maybe that's not a bad thing for Dodd in that moment.
A little breather?
Yeah, a little breather. Giving up the 4 runs. And, of course, you don't want it to last too long, but at the same time, you don't mind a little reset on the challenge.
Right. Take a breath. I just think he really needs to start concentrating on locating some pitches.
There's a base hit in the left field to Torkelson. Well, the first 3 innings of the ball game, Dylan Dodd gave up just 2 base hits, a single and a homer. And here in the 4th inning alone, he's given up 4 hits and 4 runs. And now he has to face the hottest hitter in the order, Andy Ibanez, who homered back in the 3rd inning. Doesn't want to make another mistake right here. To center. Michael Harris casually makes the play, and that's out number 3. But a big inning for the Tigers. They hang 4 up on the board, or off to the 5th, 5 apiece.
Hiring is step 1 when it comes to our growth. We can't open a new shop.
Gets us a look at Matt Olson, what he's done versus righties this year.
It's been pretty incredible. His 16 home runs versus righties are tied for the most in the NL with Pete Alonso.
Good swing there.
944 OPS versus right-handed batters is 4th best too.
Almost added one to that list in the 9th inning of the first game of this doubleheader, as he was robbed of a home run by Jake Marisnick. Just foul. Matt got a single back in the first inning, also a strikeout. That makes him 3 for 11 in the series. Trying to boost that .230 average. Well, that fourth inning certainly giving Lorenzen some new life. Braves had a 5-1 lead. And then Lorenzen's mates tied the game for him. So he gets to hit the reset button now as he faces 2, 3, and 4 in the Braves order. Nowhere near. 3-2 now for Olson. 1 walk in the ball game by Lorenzen. That was by Acuna way back in the first inning. Since then, 3 strikeouts, and he's allowed 5 runs on 7 hits and 2 homers. There's a good start here in the 5th inning.
He's done that a couple of times. Got to 0-2 and then not been able to finish anybody off. Orlando got a base knock after being down 0-2.
You had a feeling about Austin Riley in this ball game, didn't you?
I did.
Still feeling pretty good? Pretty good cut there, wasn't it?
Really good cut.
Now, in your reasoning for it, we're talking in between games. That 9th inning AB had in game 1 a little bit of an adjustment for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, he pulled the ball a couple of times early in the game.
Foul ball. That's something that we noticed with Austin not too long ago. Team was going to made a slight adjustment, a little bit of a hot streak.
It's also got a lot to do with how teams are pitching you too. If they're pounding you inside with stuff that you can't drive to the right side, then you're going to obviously try to pull it.
Just about hit him. So he was ahead of Olson 0-2, lost him. He got ahead of Riley 0-2 and just about hit him. Exactly what you want to see right there. Outstanding. Dumping it into right field. Taking what they give you. Dump it out there. 2-minute board.
What an at-bat. Never get tired of seeing Austin make adjustments like this. Even a backup slider stays inside. Hardest pitch in baseball to hit. Manages to get enough wood on it, drive it to right field. We're in business.
Riley's showing his strength right there. To flare that one into right. And Murphy with a high towering fly ball. Beerling secures one down. That brings Marcelo Zuna up to the plate. Struck out in the 2nd inning. And flat out to center in the 4th inning. Just been great to see him back in there. We were discussing this earlier after his hit in the hand in the ball game Monday.
You just see so many guys that take a ball off the wrist or take a ball off the hand and it just niggles. It just niggles at them for a couple of days, couple of weeks.
And a big part of that is, I mean, you'd love to rest it, but this is baseball. I'm going to use my hands every single day. Just a slow heel there. Oh, that hand got tight on him. But like we were discussing, no damage beyond that.
A few of those. Yeah, there's been a few that have just gone a little too up and in. I know it's not on purpose, but
especially on 0-2.
Right, and you just took one off the hand 2 days ago.
Pretty close with a fastball. Count even now 2-2 on Ozuna. looking to retake the lead here in the top of the 5th inning. To short. Baez to short. Short for Torkelson. And that double play suddenly brings the top of the 5th inning crashing down. Way to the bottom of the 5th inning, 5 apiece.
I love being a builder. It's just a really good feeling to know that you've accomplished something.
Live game here in Detroit, and folks, today we participate in a home run challenge. Every home run in this game raises money for prostate cancer research, and so far over $484,000 has been raised. And you can make a pledge by going online to pcf.org/home run challenge. New pitcher is Colin McHugh, as he's going to face Baez, Veerling, and Scope here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Colin McHugh takes over for Dylan Dodd, as Dodd went 4 innings. Had a 5-1 lead at one point, but gave up 2 home runs in the 4th inning. And altogether 4 runs there in the 4th. So he allows 6 base hits in the contest. McHugh fires a ball high.
No one better to sit next to after an outing like today than Charlie Morton.
That's a great call. Threw a bunch of strikes, 79 pitches and 50 strikes, as you see. Huge wave and a miss by Baez. Well, we're going to need a verdict out of you at some point soon, Pete. In between ball games, we were issued a challenge. And we got some Detroit pizza up here in the booth.
World famous, world's best.
And this came to us from Lauren Jabara, and she said that this is the best pizza in the world. Never mind New York or Chicago or Italy or anywhere else. Right here in Detroit.
Not Naples. No, of course not.
Of course not. And of course you have decided to dive in.
Well, yes, I have. Kind of.
Seen that before. Baez strikes out. 1 down here in the 5th inning. All right, so
hey,
what are
Peter,
your thoughts?
what do you think? What do you think?
It's thick, like very
I know,
thick.
that's Detroit style, baby.
But
Come on.
How's it different than deep dish? It's kind of
so
deep
no. I don't even want to hear this. Deep dish is like a lasagna. It's mostly cheese, very little bread. Detroit style, mostly bread, just a little cheese and sauce.
Mostly bread has never been a saying for anything ever. Positive.
When
mostly
someone
bread.
said I dislike bread, never. I've never heard someone say that.
I thought you were fasting.
Me?
Yeah. Did you say something about fasting?
Went out the window when we had the rain out last night.
Yeah. You're slowing now.
I'm definitely going to. Well, I'll wait till the end of the game. I will keep everybody entertained for another couple of innings, and then I'll be asleep.
Nap time for Pete.
They said it's all about the crust, though, so I'm going to give it a second chance, Lauren.
Matt Vierling hit a homer back in the 4th inning.
Glorified garlic bread.
Right to Matt. And 2 down. So what you're saying is you got too much of a good thing, basically. I mean, the bread's good. I love bread. I love crust. But you need a better balance, don't you? Maybe a little bit more cheese.
Just toppings. It's just a bread roll that they've put a salami piece and some sauce on.
Here's Zach McKinstry pinch hitting for Jonathan Scope. All right, well, at least we got to the bottom of that because people needed to know.
Also, it is a little cold, so it's not fresh out of the oven. I will give it that.
Right outside the bag, 1-1.
But I am still chewing on it from my first bite. So.
Okay. Well, either way, long day, 2 ball games. You needed some sustenance, and there you go.
I didn't need it to last 3 innings, but.
Tried to find the back door and missed with that sweeper. So a 2-1 count now on McKinstry. Eddie Rosario into foul ground out of his reach. 1-2-3 inning would be nice. As the Braves saw 8 Tigers come to the plate in the 4th inning and half of them scored to tie the ball game. In search of a 1-2-3 inning. Tad low. And if McKinstry reaches, then Cabrera would come to the plate. So McHugh tried to make it happen right here versus McKinstry. Shadows getting longer and longer. And the second game of this doubleheader. McHugh deals. To deep right. Acuna into the corner. And he's got just enough room. So they go down 1-2-3 in the 5th. We head to the top of the 6th. 5 apiece.
I love being a builder. It's just a really good feeling to know that you've accomplished something. I need to hire people who care.
T-Mobile, get more team coverage, full game replays and highlights. Braves baseball streaming on the Bally Sports app is presented by T-Mobile. 6-5 Braves into the bottom of the 6th inning. Miguel Cabrera leads off versus Colin McHugh.
One thing that's never changed with Miggy, and I can see it even now, he's got the same approach that he's had his whole career. He's trying to stay that right center gap, and if something comes inside, he needs to pull it, he does. Even his foul balls, his whole intention is that right center gap for the whole at bat, and if he happens to pull a ball, it's not intentional. It allows you to stay off a pitch like that, too.
So does that approach give him his best version of discipline? That makes sense. 2-2 now. Well, I know you faced him a lot. And I know that you're talking about your numbers earlier not being exactly what you'd want, and I don't mean to joke, but knowing that that's his approach, how would you counteract that?
Well, I didn't have the benefit of having much else than obviously what I did. I had a sinker and a slider. So for me and him, it was a battle of him trying to guess which one I was going to throw and me trying to guess which one he's trying to hit.
50-50. Just didn't get a piece. Just a one-run lead as the Braves just retook the lead on a homer by Rosario. Up to third, fair ball. Plenty of time for Riley. And one down. It just did stay fair. One down for Jake Rogers. Rubber game in this series here in Detroit. And again, first time the Braves have been here in 10 years. This stadium, home of the Tigers since 2000. Almost 25 years the Tigers have been right here at Comerica Park. It's fun to come here and talk to people who've been following Tiger baseball for a long time, because prior to here, the only home the Tigers really ever knew was at the corner of Michigan and Trumbull Avenues. 1-1 now. That was the side of the old Tiger Stadium that the Tigers played at from the early 1900s all the way through 1999. And they actually played on those grounds all the way back to 1896 here in Detroit. Good cutter that time by McHugh. And that former side of the Tigers, as the crow flies, a little over a mile away from here. Well, it's fun to come here and listen to some of the stories of the old ballpark, but this is a really nice place that they have now.
Why don't you tell them the joke you said about the old ballpark, Ben?
Trying to remember which one you're talking about specifically.
Something around my age.
What your numbers were there?
Yeah.
I'll give you an interesting one. I found this to be really cool. The day that the old Tiger Stadium opened, and it wasn't Tiger Stadium then, it was Navin Field and then Briggs Stadium, then became Tiger Stadium. And this will be Maton up at the plate now, pinch hitting. But the day that the old Tiger Stadium opened, it was the exact same day that Fenway Park opened. And, of course, all the news that week was overshadowed by the Titanic sinking. That was within a week and a half period that Fenway Park opened, Tiger Stadium opened, and the sinking of the Titanic. That dates it, doesn't it? 0-2. McHugh way ahead, 0-2 on Nick Maton. And one final note on the old Tiger Stadium. The last pitcher to ever throw a pitch at Tiger Stadium, a couple booths down from us, Todd Jones in the other booth today, working on the Tiger broadcast. 2-2 now on Nick Maton. Tight ball game, getting late as we're in the bottom of the 6th inning. So the count runs full now on Maton. There's Doug right there. I think you have to have a great mustache to sit in that booth. Get another good look at Todd. He could definitely tell you some stories about the old Tiger Stadium. Good pitch by McHugh.
Good couple of innings.
Sure was. So he sits him down in order. 6-5 Braves.
I love being a builder. It's just a really good feeling.
Braves into the top of the 7th inning. Of course, this is a doubleheader. My biggest question was, what did Lauren do in between games?
Guys, there is this really cool thing on the concourse. It is a Ferris wheel made out of baseballs. Now, I remember going on these as a kid, and they seemed a lot more fun, to be honest, and a little bit more scary. Nowadays, not as scary, not as fun, but hey, still can say that I did it. And got Detroit-style pizza at the same time. It's like the best of both worlds. in that point. I was going to bring you guys, but Moylan, you guys were too busy just upstairs, just sitting there, hanging out for your 30 minutes. You could have gone on a Ferris wheel ride on baseballs. I mean, why didn't you come?
So I got to try the world's best pizza and Detroit's Disney, we just saw.
We got it all here in Detroit, okay? We got it all.
Well, given your reaction to that pizza, Pete, if that thing moved any quicker, you probably would have hurled from that thing. Good thing it was moving slow. 1-0 to Ronald. Few defensive changes now for the Tigers. Maton remains in the ball game. He's at third base. And McKinstry has stayed in the ball game to go to right field. Hitters count for Ronald. 2-1.
Boy, that's a big sinker from Foley. Look at the target that he's getting from his catcher compared to any target you're used to seeing. Look at that.
And still missed it somehow. What did you like target-wise when you were on the mound?
I liked a big body, and I liked someone to put the glove where they wanted me to start the pitch, and then where they wanted to end up with where it ended up. That's exactly what we're seeing here. He's trying to get him to start that pitch at the top of the zone.
And there's ball 4.
And use that movement to sink it in.
So the righty Foley walks the first batter that he faces. Let me ask you this, and I've spoken with some other pitchers before. You might think of the mitt being the target, and that's likely the case more times than not, but I've heard pitchers talk about wanting catchers with big shoulders, using shoulders as targets, using mask as target, and kind of spreading that around. Did you do much of that?
I'm sure guys with pinpoint accuracy would make or want a smaller target.
Right.
They'd probably pick out the catcher's kneecap or a part of the chest protector, whereas for me, I relied on movement much like Foley, and I would more have a broader target, more like Brian McCann's chest plate.
Finds his target there. And I guess I should specify it, and it's interesting because I'll hear pitchers talk about not being able to hit the strike zone, and they're trying to find the mitt, and they're just, the strike zone's moving around on them, and I can't hit it consistently, and a ball 1 and a ball 2 and a ball 3. And the adjustment to that is changing. The catcher might not change his target. He's still going to hold the mitt. But maybe in the pitcher's mind, I'm not looking at that mitt anymore. I'm looking at that knee, like you mentioned, or that shoulder as a means to hit the mitt.
Well, you have to set your sight. So depending on what you have that day or how much movement you have that day, that depends on where you're going to aim.
Count evened up now for Matt.
That's why it's such a big adjustment for relievers when they come out to a new mound, too. It's not always just, oh, hop on the mound, start throwing pitches, find everything. You've got to figure out, sometimes the slope can be different. Sometimes your pitches aren't moving that much that day. There's a breeze in your face, so it makes it move more.
Sure.
Your off-speed pitches are going to break more. You've got to be able to figure all that out within a couple of pitches, especially as a reliever.
Yeah, that's not easy at all. And then even on top of that, thinking about the element of what the landing spot might be for the pitcher who is out there before you. You might have a starter that digs a crater. You have to move to another side of the rubber just so you're not snapping your ankle in half. See if Ronald wants to take off here. Foley keeping a close eye on him.
You famously hear of starting pitchers not being able to get out of the first inning or having troubles in their first inning. Well, as a reliever, if you have that, you don't have a job.
There goes Ronald. Spoiled foul. Well, the next steal for Acuna will be his 30th of the year.
That's unbelievable.
In the 68th game of the season. Big lead again by Ronald. There he goes. Swing and a miss. Got it. Well, strike him out, throw him out, double play. And the Braves do not want to look at this.
Decent jump from Ronald. took a peek, might have slowed him down a little bit, and a quick tag. Bang, bang, but probably not enough to overturn. Yeah, probably got him just before he hit the base.
Up to Riley. They get a leadoff walk to Acuna. I think you're definitely scoring this inning. But one of the few times that he's caught stealing this year. So still just that one-run lead for Atlanta. Stay tuned for the stretch presented by Synovus.
Last pitch was 99 at the bottom of the zone. That one was 96 with a little bit more movement. They've got some pieces here, Ben. They've got some pieces. They've got some pieces coming back.
Two and two now, but yeah, you're right, Nat. I know we won't see the Tigers again, but once you see a team, especially like this, it's interleague play, get 3 games with these guys, and you won't see them again. It'll be interesting, especially in that division, once they get healthier, and seeing if they can advance and see where they are in the standings a couple of months down the road. Little comebacker. So the Braves will send the minimum to the plate. It's a 6-5 lead for Atlanta, and let's go to the stretch.
The stretch is
MLB.com/vote to decide who represents your Atlanta Braves. This summer. There's some good choices right there on your screen. And it's been fun to watch those voting numbers as we continue. This will be Kerry Carpenter to pinch hit for the Tigers to lead it off in the bottom of the 7th inning. It's still McHugh on the mound. And to this point, 2 really good innings for Colin, Pete.
It's been really clean. 2 crisp innings. This is what you have to do as a bullpen when you've got a couple of guys down or you've got a double header. Guys in different roles, like McHugh coming out for the 3rd inning.
Good start there.
Joe Jimenez warming up for potentially coming into this 7th inning or 8th inning. Different guys in different spots.
Kerry Carpenter was a starter in game 1 of the doubleheader. Went 0 for 3. And going back to game 1, he was 0 for 4. Telling you a little bit about him earlier. 25 years old, out of Eustis, Florida, and went to Virginia Tech, but it made a big difference in his swing a couple of years ago, and it's really changed him as a hitter. Well, I don't think he trained to do that. Javelin toss over there towards the Braves dugout. He'll have to retool the swing again. But a couple of years ago, he wasn't hitting the home runs that he wanted. And in one of his off seasons, he worked with a hitting instructor whose clients also include Aaron Judge and Ian Happ. And then in the minor leagues the next year, he had 30 home runs. We found his power source. Won't find it here, though. Eddie Rosario is under it. And one down here in the 7th inning. So 6-5 Atlanta, and a quick message from Truist.
You were my mother and father's banker. You became my banker, and now you're her banker.
So unbelievable because I'm just 20 years old.
In a one-run game, this is a guy that you fear, Spencer Torkelson. And with good reason. We've seen his power too often in this series. A couple of homers, including a big one 2 nights ago. As we told you earlier, the young man who grew up idolizing Barry Bonds and a former first overall pick. Collins been on the attack, throwing a lot of strikes. He has 3 strikeouts, and he's faced 7 batters, gotten all 7. But no lead has been saved for the Braves in this series. Well, somehow that found the front door. That completely puzzled Torkelson.
That's the backup slider that's been puzzling hitters for as long as I've been around. You just can't pull the trigger. You see spin, you expect it to break, and it stays true.
Throw it again. There it is. This time away. And another strikeout for Colin McHugh.
That's the counterpunch to the backup slider. It's same spin, everything looks the same, and it just darts away from the hitter.
So he peels Torkelson like an apple, and 2 down here in the 7th. And this guy has been nothing but trouble. But maybe not this time. Ozzie.
Colin McHugh.
1, 2, 3. Great job by Colin McHugh. 9 up, 9 down. We're off to the 8th. 6-5 Braves.
Hiring is step 1 when it comes to our growth. We can't open a new shop or a new location without the right people in place. I couldn't keep up until I found ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps us get out there quickly and get us qualified.
Go below the surface, presented by Georgia Aquarium. And these Braves newcomers, Pete, they've really made a big difference.
Just continuing the great work of Alex Anthopoulos. Check it out. Sean Murphy, 281, 920 OPS, 16 at-bats per home run, all career highs. And Kevin Pillar making an impact on the bench and off of it. 6 home runs, 5 multi-hit games, and an 800 OPS, which is his career high.
So deeper into the bullpen now for the Tigers. Yeah, there's Kevin right there. Got to see a lot of him in game 1. Not just what he's done statistically. I love what he's brought to the team and to the clubhouse as well. Really good addition. And of course, Sean, definitely a great addition. So this is Cisnero on the mound now for the Tigers. couple other defensive changes as well for Detroit. Staying in the ball game and going to left field now is Kerry Carpenter. And Andy Ibanez has moved from left field to second base.
27 games for Cisnero. Good numbers. Looks like a big menacing dude on the hill.
Cuts loose his pitch. Sean in the ball game hit into a double play. Also a strikeout, flied out to right field. Braves batters have only struck out 4 times in the game. And they've hit 3 home runs. Hard hit ball to center. Right in line out there. And now a quick message from Texas Pete.
Welcome to the tribe. The Texas Pete tried and true. Texas Pete, sauce like you mean it.
So one down here in the top of the 8th. Ozuna facing Cisnero now. Little poke. That'll find a hole. That's good to see. It takes some strength to get one through just like that, and that tells you that the hand's probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it must feel really nice. And a good approach again. I keep saying this, but every time you see someone drive that ball at the middle, you know they're looking to do some damage right side.
Now Eddie coming up to the plate, and let's check out our stats with Lowe's, and good time to focus on Eddie.
.333 average, last 6 road games, an OPS over 1,300 with 4 home runs and 8 RBIs.
I wouldn't put it past him if he goes deep again. When he gets hot, he gets really hot. Good start here in this sequence versus Cisnero. Cisnero, the 3rd pitcher that A.J. Hinch has used in the ball game.
You know he loves facing these Tigers.
Sure does. Talking about those numbers that he's had in his career versus Detroit, and so many years in this division for Eddie. 6 years as a Twin, spent a season with Cleveland. Altogether in his career, almost 800 games in this division. Go back to Eddie's rookie year, 2015 with Minnesota. He was the league leader in triples. I'd imagine some of those came in this ballpark. Sure would be favorable for triples. Got a hitter's count right here versus Cisnero. And there is ball 4. Funny thing about that stat with Eddie in the triples, you know, this is his 9th year in the big league, so he had 15 triples in his first year. You know how many triples he's had since then in the other 8 years combined? 13.
Got off to a fiery start.
Yeah, he did. He was 3-bag Eddie that first year. But of course the home run numbers have gone up, so good to get that 4th bag.
Probably just hit the weight room a little more.
Probably so. Yeah, you'll trade in the triples for a few more bombs any day, won't you?
Less work.
Yeah.
Just trot instead of having a sprint.
A lot less stress. Big opportunity right here in the 8th. Flipped down the left field line, but slicing foul.
Really like to see the Braves add on here. Seen the Tigers put up really good fights.
Yeah, that's the point of the broadcast right there, what you just said. Because even if you won the last 2 games 10-0, you'd still want to add on right here. But given what we've seen, you need as much cushioning as you can get. Wave and a miss. So it'll be in the hands of Orlando Arcia. Just been something about these Tigers late. They've not had any quit in them. Their motor's been running late in games, and of course we saw that Monday night with what was an improbable comeback.
I'm sure it's got a bit to do with that man right there, A.J. Hinch.
And they tried to come back in game 1 of the doubleheader. Arcia chased that high limb. Tigers in the bottom of the 8th will have Baez, followed by Vierling, and then McKinstry. And it would be great to cruise into the bottom of the 8th with at least a 2-run lead. Nothing in 2. Not sure Orlando liked that call. Orlando drove in 2 runs in the 4th inning, trying to make some racket right here. We'll go quietly. So the Braves get a couple of men on base, but nothing to show for it. We head to the bottom of the 8th, still tight, 6-5 Atlanta.
Top 9, Yastrzemski at the dish, and a 2-run shot ties things up at 5. San Fran will go on to win by a score of 8-5 in extras. St. Louis has now lost 10 of their last 12, 5 in a row at this point.
And 6-5 here. Braves been holding on to that 1-run lead since the homer by Rosario in the 6th inning. Had a couple opportunities with men on base each of the last 2 innings, but those opportunities dissolved.
Speaking of opportunities, a chance for Joe Jimenez right now in the 8th inning with a 1-run lead. 23 games so far. He's been real good lately. Did give up the run in the extra inning rule, but we don't count that, especially as relievers.
Facing Baez, former teammate of his. Well, if anybody's familiar with this mound for the Braves, it's Joe Jimenez, spending all these years in Detroit before coming to Atlanta this year. To left, Rosario fighting the sun. Out number 1 is made. So 1 down, and now a quick message from Zaxby's.
Getting a Big Zax snack is as easy as 1, 2, free with the Zaxby's app.
Watching Eddie out there in left field. That's really a place in the field right now, Pete, where you have some concern given where the sun is. Eddie was having to fight the sun there on that fly ball to the left. Maybe you could make the argument that Michael has to fight it a little bit too, but Eddie's really the only one looking right into it. That's a tough sun field.
It sure is. Must be easier without the sunglasses on.
Vierling to right. Ronald Acuna. No problem there. 2 down.
That's the crazy part about this time of night, is that you think that you'd put your sunglasses on because it'd be easy to see, but because there's such light and dark contrast, sometimes the sunglasses make it even tougher.
Yeah, that gets tricky. We're on the way back to the hotel last night. And of course, we were here for the longest time, long rain delay. And by the time we got back to the hotel, it was almost 10 p.m. And we're so far north, there was still some light in the sky. Did you notice that?
I didn't, but I do now. I did now that I think about it.
Because I was thinking, we've been at the ballpark all day. What time is it? Because looking at the sky, it looked like it might be 8 o'clock, and it was almost 10. Far enough north, so sun's going to hang in the air pretty long up here in Michigan. 1-2-3 inning would be nice for Jimenez and the Braves with this 1-run lead here in the 8th. Got them down to their final strike. Tigers have gone down in order the last 3 innings. So this would be 4 in a row if Jimenez can finish this off right here in the 8th inning. Big bouncer.
Tough play.
Orlando. What a missile. Great arm. And another 1-2-3 inning. We head to the 9th. 6-5 Atlanta. Starts now. And by Synovus, #1 in consumer banking satisfaction Southeast.
I want to show you some little StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. Check out these home run swings by the boys today. Not just this game, but today. Ronald Acuna, 429. Michael Harris, the second, 360. Ozzie Albies, 412. And Ronald Acuna again, 461. Eddie Rosario snuck one out, 362. Michael Harris got some work to do looking at those numbers.
He's done some good work, that's for sure. By the way, we took a glimpse into the dugout in between innings, and it looked like Joe Jimenez was having a pretty good discussion with Snit. And we were led to believe he's probably going to go back out there for the 9th. What do you think?
I think so. I think that might be the move. Nice, efficient 8th inning. Ride the hot hand, send him back out there. We saw Mint in the last game. It would mean that give somebody a rest out there and don't have to use them twice in one day.
Hack and a miss by Harris. By the way, this is the lefty Chasen Shreve. You might remember him. He made his debut as a Brave when he was 23 years old back in 2014. And he's moved around, a Yankee, a Cardinal, a Met, a Pirate, now a Tiger. There's a little lob out to first, and that'll be out #1. So Michael Harris starts out with a ground out back to the top of the order to Ronald Acuna. Hopefully a win in this ball game, and that would mean a win in the series for the Braves. And while I have an opportunity to, I've really enjoyed getting to work with you guys on the TV side here in this series in Detroit. You guys have been awesome to work with, and I've had a blast. And as you all are, looking forward to seeing Brandon Gaudin and the rest of the TV crew once we get back to Atlanta. Does such a fine job. And it'll be great to have him back in the saddle. But it's been my pleasure to step in for 3 games and work with all you guys. It's been a blast.
Well, we've enjoyed having you. Trust me, it's been a lot of fun. You and I have a great relationship.
See if Ronald can beat it out. 2 down.
I know Braves country have listened to you on the radio side for years and years, so I'm sure there was some confusion when it first came across the TV screen with that voice. But
were they, did I thought I had the TV on. I didn't know I had the radio on.
You've done an outstanding job. I can't wait to see you do it again.
Yeah, it's been a blast. It's a really good crew all the way around. 2 down here in the 9th. Last chance for the Braves to add on to that lead. In the bottom of the 9th, the Tigers will send out Cabrera, Rogers, and Maton. That's the bottom of the order, but that's no regular bottom of the order. And unless the Braves find a way to get something going with 2 down here in the 9th inning, it'll be just a skinny 1-run lead. Matt with 3 hits in the series, including 1 way back in the first inning of this ball game. Down to his final hack here in the 9th inning as he looks at Chasen Shreve, who's the latest Tiger pitcher to go to the firing line. Hangs alive. Quick little road trip for the Braves. Back home tomorrow night versus the Rockies, as that'll be a 4-game series. Braves have already lined up their starters for that series versus Colorado, and that will be A.J. Smith-Shawver, the 20-year-old on the mound tomorrow night at Truist Park. Okay, a 2-2. That takes care of Olson. And the Braves go down 1-2-3 in the 9th. So we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. Braves up 6-5. Be the day. And by Delta Airlines, keep climbing. Pete, you know her?
No, I do not know.
I think that's your biggest fan right there.
I've done that trip so many times. 9,542. I had no idea.
6-5 Atlanta. Former teammates going head-to-head here, and Cabrera fouls one back off of Jimenez. You love the decision to see Joe go right back out there after that 1-2-3-8, don't you?
I really do. I think it's going to build him up. It's going to build the rest of the bullpen up.
Good pitch there, 96.
And he's throwing the ball really well. Last couple of outings have been really crisp. And as I said, to not have to use one of those guys that already threw today would be huge.
Yes, sir. Good slider. Makes very quick work of Miguel Cabrera. 1 down here in the 9th inning.
perfect slider here. After 2 fastballs, just bounces one. Again, you don't see many swings from Mickey like that.
Now you face a guy who's gone deep in the ball game. Jake Rogers hit a 3-run homer back in the 4th inning. That tied the game. And the Braves picked up 1 run since then on the homer by Rosario to have a 6-5 lead. So certainly nothing for certain yet. Not after what we've seen the last few ball games out of the Tigers. They have been late chargers. Deep fly ball to center. Michael Harris at the wall. Michael with room. And what you see right there, the 412 marker, that's the most important part of that catch, because in a lot of other ballparks, it's a tie ball game.
I think Joe had the same oh, no, he's a little more casual than I was up here. I saw that ball go up, and after I've seen the rest of them go out today, Snit's going to make a move.
Well, he gets the 2 outs that he wanted. And that'll be it for Joe Jimenez. Great work, as he was able to have a 1-2-3-8 and 2 up and 2 down here in the 9th. Braves looking for 1 more out to win this ball game, and they'll turn it over to A.J. Minter. 6-5 Atlanta. Team faced 5 batters, got all 5, and now the Braves turn it over to A.J. Minter. Pete, looking for just 1 out.
Yep, 1 out. Outstanding performance by Joe. A.J.'s been looking better lately. 33 games for him. 9 out of 12 save opportunities. Sometimes forget that he had all those opportunities at the start of the year.
Well, he faces Eric Haas. He homered earlier today in game 1 of the doubleheader. He had a solo homer in the 2nd inning, and that wasn't all the work that he did either. He had 2 base hits later in the game, including a base hit in the 9th. That drove in a run. Now he's looking to keep the game alive for Detroit, and A.J. goes to work. Strike. One out away from taking a series and sweeping the doubleheader. And 1 strike away.
You've got him geared up for that fastball, something hard in. I'd be surprised if you see Mint go to that changeup that he likes to go to with 2 strikes, especially against right-handed hitters, especially lately, because it's been really, really good.
A.J. cuts it loose. He'll live to see 1 more pitch. Hopefully the final souvenir of the ball game. They're rooting for it. 0-2 now on Eric Haas. That'll do it. Great work by A.J. and the Braves. Atlanta, out of the bullpen late, completely silenced the Tigers from the 5th inning on. They didn't have a base runner after the 4th inning. And the Braves take the game 6-1.